Thank you, Professor Nikunj. First of all, I would like to welcome all the participant dignitaries for making such a wonderful international conference on economic policy research summit 2022 based on emerging issues of trade, supply chain, and climate change 2022. I would like to welcome all the guest dignitaries, chief guest, international keynote speaker, international chief guest of the function for making conference success. Also, I would like to welcome School of Economics Policy Studies Nepal. As we know very well, this conference organized by SEPS Nepal in association with Research Foundation of India, sponsored by GHERF World Virtual Conference Forum, Academic Research Guide Association, UNACC, Edu Academic, and knowledge partner YFC National University, Purvanchal University School of Management, School of Education, Admas University, Tribhuvan University, and sponsored by Research Foundation of India, CARE. Also, I would like to welcome Nepal chapter head, Professor Dr. Rudra T.D. Ghimreji, Chief Managing Director, Research Foundation of India, Dr. Professor Ashok Kumar Gupta ji, Dr. Professor Achindra Dahol ji, Dr. Jeevan Ghimre ji, Dr. Chinna Promise Shinve ji, and all international speakers, Professor Dr. Bhuvneshwar ji from Tribhuvan University, Professor Dr. Biju Kumar Thapal ji, Dean Faculty of Management, Purvanchal University, and all the international speakers, heads, Research Foundation of India President, Vice President, Chapter and Chapter Head. Special thanks to Nepal Chapter Head, Research Foundation of India again. So thank you very much, and special thanks to participant to make that conference success. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Nick Kunj, please.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my honor and privilege to attend this summit on economic policy research 2022. As we know, the topic of the summit 2022 is emerging issues of trade, supply chain, and climate change. This is organized by School of Economic Policy Studies, SEPS Nepal, and Research Foundation of India and RFI-CARE. It is going to be held on today and tomorrow for 2 days as per schedule. I would like to thank our Professor Dr. Saurabh Kumar Jain, Chairman and CEO, Research Foundation of India, for granting his permission to organize this summit in Nepal. I'd also like to welcome the various keynote speakers like Professor Dr. Vishwambar Prayakuriyal, Tribhuvan University Chief Economist, Mr. Nara Bahadur Thapa, ex-director Nepal Rashtra Bank, Dr. Uttam K. Rejmi, Associate Professor, Purvanchal University, Dr. Nara Bahadur Bista, Principal at Uni Global College Studies, Tribhuvan University, Dr. Dadi Adhikari, Director, South Asia Institute of Policy Analysis and Leadership. I'd also like to welcome Professor Dr. Biju Kumar Thapalia, Dr. Ajay Jain, Dr. Atindra Dahal, Professor Dr. D. Augusto Montrio, Dr. Hugino Canhadas, Belli University Metodista di Piresbala, and Dr. Dhruva Ghimre. I'd like to welcome Dr. Chandrakumar Ghimire, Mr. Gopal Tiwari, Dr. Resham Thapa, Dr. Pradeep Menali, Dr. Nayan Prakash Gandhi, Naveen Adhikari ji, Mihail Ketonvoski, Professor Dr. Chandramani Adhikari, Dr. Ramesh Podial, Dr. Shiva Adhikari ji, Professor Dr. Sohan K. Karna, Pendrosco, Dr. Irana Kauchuk, Dr. Jiban Ghimire, Dr. Chinna Promise, and Dr. Alona Rivoke. I would also like to welcome Professor Dr. Rudra Prasad Ghimire, who is the chairman, School of Economic Policy Studies, Nepal, and he has put his great effort and dedication for organizing this wonderful event. I'd also like to welcome all the participants who made this summit a success. So it is going to be a very good venture for 2 days. So let us enjoy and enhance our knowledge with the help of this Summit 2022 Economic Policy Research Summit. Thank you, and over to you. Thanks for your patience. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Good morning to all. First of all, I would like to thank you all for inviting me to attend this important Economic Policy Research Summit 2022, especially Dr. Rudra Prasad Ghimire, the chairman of Nepal chapter, I guess, School of Economic Policy Research. Uh, Please, well, I would like to focus on four cross-cutting issues that had actually been suggested for my speech this morning. Uh, the first, I will briefly highlight on the trade climate change nexus, and then I would briefly elaborate on the supply chain climate nexus, then global supply chain breakdown, its impact, and then climate change, the economic cost. These are the four important issues of global importance, especially after the pandemic, when COVID 19 started. Uh, the study of the interlinkages, between trade, supply chain, and uh, climate change have been the areas of considerable interest to global community lately. Since COVID-19, issues in trade were much more pronounced as it became more important to save lives and livelihoods of the people. The diversification and expansion of global trade is meaningfully playing important role in climate change. Uh, the global attention has been focused on reducing greenhouse uh, gas emissions, where trade can play a key role in how countries adapt to higher average temperatures and extreme weather events. For instance, through trade, it is possible to offering consumers lower emissions goods and services and facilitating the use of climate friendly technology. Uh, it needs a global effort though. Available literature shows tough competition among countries, industries, farms globally. Larger economic powers have been influencing global trade and seizing economic opportunities. It's a common feature these days that increased conflicts have been threatening to economic warfare as well. Some countries have used financial sanctions as a weapon. There is a suspicion that because of the tension, recent tension in Ukraine, if something goes wrong and US has committed, puts up the sanction, then the import of, we all are aware that more than 40% of the European Union consumption in petroleum products comes from Russia. So in that case, the problem will be sort of, at both the ends, not only at one end. So the global discourse currently is on what will be the likely impact if USA uh, puts up sanctions against Russia in future, when European Union would suffer miserably without proper energy sector management. Uh, so these are the problems that we all now talk a lot about, and these are the happenings as major economic powers are seizing unprecedented, influence. The international flow of money, information, products, and services have been interrupted. Uh, when the World Trading Order was predictable and WTO conditionality used to be complied fully, in the initial periods. International trade performance was rather satisfactory. World Bank study has shown economic growth of 1.0 to 1.5 percentage points resulted in 10 to 20% higher income growth after a decade. But now the externality shows it is not possible for the trade to maintain even the 2019 levels. Except COVID, the key determinant of trade patterns was unresolved tensions between the US and China. It influenced global trade. The contraction of trade by 15% bilaterally was because of retaliatory tariffs. However, the positive trend in international trade during 2021 was the normalcy of COVID-19 for some time before the outbreak of Delta variant and Omicron, of course. It lessened the pandemic restrictions, increased in commodity prices, and economic stimulus packages. WTO considers, the forecast for 2022 still remains now uncertain. OECD suggests 4 things to do: boosting confidence in trade and global markets by improving transparency about trade-related policy. Number 2, keep supply chains flow, especially for essentials like health supplies and food. Number 3, OECD recommends, avoid unnecessary export restrictions and other trade barriers. Well, studies, lately have also shown that, if there is non-tariff barriers removed, it will contribute about 1.6% to the GDP growth. But is it possible to remove non-tariff barriers fully? This is a big question. So collaborative effort is much needed. And unfortunately, the faith and trust on WTO which we had in the past is now sort of, diffusing. So that's the big problem. And number 4, OECD also suggests thinking beyond the immediate, such as plan to save the public interest, not vested interest, for overcoming the future market distortions. So now my second cross-cutting issue would be supply chain and climate change nexus. Before pandemic, supply chain was taken for granted. We all are aware. Not much focus was given to the logistics industries, for instance. As supply, transport, and distribution chains have been more vulnerable to disruptions due to the pandemic and sustained long-term disorders created by climate change. Manufacturers, warehouses, transport providers, distribution centers, and retailers, all these factors have been the global issue for professional discourse, indicating hard reality that times are changing, so the supply chains. We know last year, Chinese exports of 1,200 different products accounted for almost 22% of the world's exports, 3 percentage points down on the previous year. Now the situation is much more worse. So the supply chain climate change nexus has really been duly considered, which is very interesting and important as well. As extreme weather events hit supply chains, workers become unable to physically get to their jobs. UNDP reports workplace disruptions by climate change could lead to more than $2 trillion in productivity losses by 2030. Projections show global emissions in 2030 will still be roughly twice as high as needed to limit warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, according to an expert. The direct consequences of climate change on trade has manifested in damages to trade from more frequent extreme weather events or rising sea levels. Supply, transport, and distribution chains have been more vulnerable to disruptions due to climate change. The third, out of my four issues, the third one is global supply chain in a breakdown, overall impact. As the pandemic and natural disasters and macroeconomic disorders disrupted supply chains badly, delayed delivery, and high-cost imports slowed down growth, escalated unemployment and inflation rate in many disadvantaged countries, even in the USA. Throughout last 2 years when the pandemic began, I was more or less there, and then noticed that even Amazon could not tell you exact date of delivery on your online demands because of the supply chain constraints. So developed countries, emerging nations, developing countries, LDCs all suffered a lot. This has been a talk of the town these days about the supply chain constraints. Exact analysis has still not been done lately. Some work is underway about the overall global impact based on the time series data. The rapid breakdown of global supply chains resulted in unanticipated events, causing a multiplier effects of unintended consequences. It complicated the policymakers, compelled, so to say, the policymakers to rethink standard sourcing, practices, especially through adopting emerging technologies. It is believed that the technology will help anticipate and respond to different risk scenarios based on current events. Some studies have shown supply chain effects under different lockdown scenarios. Some work has also been done in Nepal's case as well. Using latest global trade modeling framework, a couple of studies are available in Nepal's case. The findings reveal that supply chain losses that are related to initial COVID-19 lockdown were dependent more on the duration of the lockdowns than its restrictions. However, as the complexity of the global supply chains has magnified losses beyond COVID-19, it needs a collective effort to minimize adverse effects, because pandemic control should be taken as a public good. My last, issue is climate change, the economic cost. The World Economic Forum's Global Risk Report 2022 informs, except China, the developing countries will have fallen 5.5% below their pre-pandemic expected GDP growth against only 0.9% in advanced economies, again widening the global income gap. The pandemic has societal, environmental, and technological tensions. However, over the next 10-year time, the health of the planet dominates concerns. The Global Risk Perception Survey shows climate action failure, extreme weather, and biodiversity loss. These would rank as the top 3 most severe risks. The study report published on the journal Environmental Research Letters have found that income damage could be 6 times higher by the end of the century than previously estimated. The report further gives the idea that the policymakers can calculate relative costs and benefits of cutting greenhouse gas emissions. To some, it is underestimation of cost, as the model doesn't consider the long-term economic cost from droughts, fires, heat waves, and storms. If you include the Himalayan glacier, melting, and also the landslides, the damages that some of the landlocked countries are facing lately, damages from the floods. There are several other areas that can be accommodated in the study. But still, whatever sectors have been accommodated, the loss is quite significant. There is still much more room to add some more value on the ongoing research works that we find globally with global institutions. Therefore, efforts are also needed in considering country-specific risks such as landslides, glacial outbursts, etc. The reason I'm concerned about this is with 1.3 billion people dependent on the water that flows down from the melting Himalayan glaciers, it is estimated to work on tackling the impact of climate change. This has posed risks for communities by threatening their livelihoods, food sources, and water security as well. The long-term impact on health, savings, and labor productivity is there. It is estimated that the economic costs of warming this century could be up to 51% of global GDP. So, to conclude, the World Economic Forum's worries is understandable. WEF reiterates that the governments and businesses suffer from climate action failure to enforce, enact, or invest in effective climate change adaptation and mitigation measures, preserve ecosystems, protect populations, and transition to a carbon neutral economy. A coordinated and collaborated efforts are needed to address such burning issues. Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers again for giving me this opportunity this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction and the invitation to this program. The organizer, Dr. Rudra Prasad Ghimire, the Research Foundation of India, Dr. Bisamar Pakrul sir, and other distinguished guests. Can you hear me? Hello? So today I would be speaking on macroeconomic policies and the climate change. For that, I prepared some slides. Let me show them. Are the visible slides? Yeah. So the outline of my presentation would be like this. Say that the climate change is the global issue, and it has the local implications. And to address the problems of climate change, we need to adopt some macroeconomic policies. And in order to make a case for macroeconomic policies in context of climate change, we need to have the context. We should need to develop the context so that we can make a case for macroeconomic policies. So I would be speaking the four elements of Glasgow Climate Compact to set the context right. Then I would be discussing the global implications, the global challenges of climate change at the moment. Then I would move to the issues of Nepal, focusing on the transition and transformation of the economy. And then lastly, this is the core of my presentation, that I would be speaking the macroeconomic policy for the transformation of the Nepalese economy. And to speak rather rapidly on the Glasgow Climate Pact, there are four goals, as we know. The first one, the mitigation, reducing emissions. Second is the adaptation, which is very important for Nepal. And the third is the finance, which is also important for a country like Nepal. The last one is the collaboration among the countries and within the countries, and the various the ministries, agencies within the country to fight the impact of the climate change. These are the four goals of Glasgow Climate Pact. On mitigation, as we all know, right, there's a commitment of net zero by the middle of the century, and moving away from coal power, phasing down the unabated coal power, then halt and reverse deforestation, speed up and switch to electrical vehicles. And on adaptation, and the issue is very important for a country like Nepal, the loss and damage to deal with the climate change, and the adaptation communications, such as the National Adaptation Plan to increase the preparedness to climate risk, and the adaptation actions, and the most important is the adaptation finance by 2025. On finance, say the Glasgow Compact speaks of mobilizing billions through public initiatives, public funds, and trillions from the private sector. And we all know that developed countries have pledged of US $100 billion by 2023, and they also talk about the stopping international support for unabated fossil fuel energy sector next year, and the role of central banks in mobilizing trillions amount of financial resources towards the global net zero. And on finance, the most important is the issue of funding to less developed countries. On collaboration, as I said, working together to deliver the goals and the milestones, and the collaboration between governments, businesses, civil society to deliver on the climate goals faster. These are the important objectives of the Glasgow Climate Compact. I draw three messages for Nepal from these goals. First, the goal of mitigation is important for transforming the economy, which is very crucial for a country like Nepal. Second is mitigation for Nepal would not be that important from the global perspective because of the size of forest and the emissions that we have in Nepal. But adaptation measures are very crucial for Nepal, given the topography and natural disasters the country is prone to. And the mobilization of finance are important to fight the climate challenges. But these goals to be achieved and the measures to succeed require the designing and implementing macroeconomic policies. This is what I infer from 4 goals of Glasgow climate impact. Now, the global issues, Dr. Packrell also spoke on in greater detail, right? The issues of emission reduction, trade, and global supply chain disruptions. These are the global issues at the moment. So the global places of reducing emissions are important for limiting, as you know, the global warming and the consequences of rising temperature. And the mitigation that we talk in this context requires the transition on a larger scale to low carbon economy at the global level. And in the process, limiting global warming requires the transformation in the structure of global economic activities on a massive scale. So we should not forget that these impacts, the consequences, the climate change have all arisen because of market failures and to some extent government failures. So market doesn't work all the time. So that's the lesson we should learn. Now, the transition and transformation that the climate change requires has the potential to create the global problems of the disruption in global trade and supply chain. And the consequences for a country like Nepal of these thing is that the cost of trade will go up. That's sure. So the balance of payments problem Nepal currently faces is one account of the rise in prices of global commodities. So that's the problem of the global climate change. And there would be the other problems also, the disruption and degradation and destruction of the infrastructures that we create over the years. And it has also implication for the agricultural production, especially the reduction in agricultural production that will have the implication for a country like Nepal. The other issues are the goals of macroeconomic problems, such as price stability, financial sector stability. That would be also at risk on account of climate change. These are the global issue. The production capacity of at the global level as well as the country level will go down because of transition and the transformation efforts to deal with the climate change. So the other issue that is important for us is that the impact on the vulnerable communities and vulnerable countries, and the impact of climate change is also aggravated by the COVID-19 that we see. in the production and also the livelihood and other impact on economic activities. Although that the climate change and its implication, the efforts, policy measures have implication for the international trade and disruption in supply chain. If you come to Nepal and see macroeconomic data, you find that the imports are rising in Nepal. International trade of Nepal is growing. It is almost 36% of GDP, and imports are also at elevated levels. And the most important problem is growing trade deficit. So this also speaks of the underlying factors of the growing trade deficit, the reduction in agricultural output, and as well as the decline in manufacturing activities. In Nepal's case, the share of manufacturing in GDP has come down to just 5% in 2021. So these are the issues for Nepal, and beside this, that the agricultural imports is rising in Nepal. Petroleum products is also increasing, including the import of electricity. So these issues should be discussed in the context of climate change, especially in Nepal. That's my point. Now, Nepal has also taken a number of policy initiatives to deal with the trade-related issues. And Nepal also became the member of WTO in 2004, and we are also a member of SAPTA since 2004. There is SEPS, Agreement on Trade and Services, and the BIMSTEC that Nepal is also a member, and also Nepal has also ratified WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement with the focus of customs clearance reforms in 2017, and Nepal has also accession to revised Kyoto Convention with the focus of harmonization of customs procedure in 2017. On the home front in Nepal, we have also, the government of Nepal has also made some announcement, and is trying to develop industrial villages, larger scale industrial estates, and some special economic zones, and trade logistics, including fast-track trade links routes at the southern border points with India, integrated checkpoints, and inland container depots, dry ports in several parts of the country. And Nepal has also developed the trade integration strategies 2016. All these initiatives are directed towards developing manufacturing, and through that reducing trade deficit, through that dealing with the impact of climate change on international trade, especially on impacts on balance of payments, current account, and trade deficit. So I think two messages are important for Nepal when we discuss the global issues of climate change. The first is that despite all these initiatives, all efforts, Nepal has not been successful to narrow down its growing trade deficit. So this is last trade deficit is the issue for Nepal. Second, Nepal needs to design policies in such a way that they help for successful transition to low carbon green economy and the transformation of the structure of the economy. Now, if you want to see the BOP developments in Nepal, we can see that that the structure of BOP is very weak and vulnerable, which we can make out from these tables. During the last 6 months of the current financial year, the Nepal faced growing trade deficit and large BOP deficit of 241 billion. So these are the issues Nepal will have to deal in the context of climate change, and we'll have to make sure that the problems, macroeconomic problems, do not get aggravated. That's the key. Now, moving on to the next issue of my presentation, the global issue with the local challenges. That climate change is the global issue. Everybody talks of climate change, but from this emission side, Nepal's contribution is negligible. Nepal is not the large contributor to the emission, but effects of climate change are very significant for Nepal. So it's the global problem, but a significant local issue. The countries level. And in terms of the one catches and one that nearly more than 600 people die every year due to the climate-induced disasters. This is the finding of some study. And in terms of the GDP loss, currently it is 0.08% of GDP loss. But the ADB, Asian Development Bank study suggests that Nepal is likely to incur losses of 2.2% of annual GDP due to climate change by 2050. So the implication for poor and vulnerable communities relying on natural resources for livelihood and the limited capacity to adapt is very problematic, very serious, I should say. And the Global Climate Risk Index report has placed Nepal in the 9th most affected countries in the world, which that we could not make a case in the Glasgow the last year, that the other countries could highlight their problems, but we could not do so given the size of the problems arising due to the climate change. And therefore, Nepal, the focus of Nepal should be to ensure every citizen to live in a clean and a healthy environment as per the constitution. Take Nepal to net zero and even to carbon negative countries club, Bhutan, Suriname, and Panama, that we should join. Nepal should try it. Focus should be that, and take advantage of potential new opportunities through adaptation, finance, and collaboration, and design the ways for shifting livelihood away from agriculture to industrial activities. So this leads to the discussion of the economy and the livelihood in Nepal. For instance, the share of agriculture in GDP is 25.6% in Nepal. But the share in employment in agriculture in the total, in the economy is 63%. 63% employment generates 25% of national output. And in the case of industry, 16% employment generates 13% GDP. The services, 21% employment generates 61% of GDP. And in case of livelihood, this is a part of the livelihood as well. And the remittances, they contribute to 22.5% of GDP ratio. The absolute level of poverty is considered to be high, more than 18%. So these data show the structure of the economy in terms of the GDP and employment, and the livelihood, how the Nepalese people are making their living. Now, the climate-related policy developments in Nepal over the years, that is also very important, the policy efforts that Nepal has made. Now, I must say that Nepal has, we started in 1994 by becoming party to UNFCCC, and we have NAPA, National Adaptation Program of actions, a plan of actions, and we have also climate policy. We started in 2011. Now we have revised lately, and 2011 we also have the local components of NAPA, LAPA. Then in 2013 we also adopted the climate change budget code. We have since 2016 we have INDC, intended national determined the commitment, nationally determined commitment, and then we have in 2017 the Ministry of Finance formulated climate framework, the finance framework, and we have also adopted national rate plus strategy, and there's things and long-term strategy, and recently we have a NAP, National Adaptation Plan process is going on. The government has published in website, so for the discussion and seeking feedbacks. Now, these are the things in greater detail, which I will skip. And the thing that I should also mention, what Nepal has done with the climate change, is that in the climate change policy, there are some groups. Thematic groups are 8, and there are 4 cross-cutting issues that the Nepal has adopted in its climate change policy. The agriculture, food security, disaster risk reduction, urban-rural habitat, so and so forth. On the cross-cutting groups, we have the JC, livelihoods, good governance, awareness raise and capacity development components, research technology development expansions, climate finance components, and so forth. So on the adaptation front, on the policy making fronts, the government of Nepal has done a lot. That is the message I'm trying to give. So a detailed explanation of these plan of actions done by government of Nepal, which I just encapsulated in a chart already. The challenges that Nepal faces with respect to climate change are as follows. First challenge, that Nepal is in the process of graduating to a middle income country status from the LDC. So this is the challenge that climate change poses us, whether we'll be able to make it or not. Second challenge from the climate change is striking a balance between climate change and development activities. If we focus more on adaptation, then there will be less funds available for the development, for the production, creating infrastructures, and developing manufacturing, developing agriculture. There will be less investment in agriculture, there will be less investment in infrastructure. So how to strike a balance between climate change, for that matter, adaptation, and the development activities This is the challenge. The third challenge is attracting clients from the international community, that the instruments they have developed and promised to us. Fourth challenge is the achieving a climate resilient and inclusive development, what we call popularly known as the GREED development strategy, GRID. So this is the challenge, and there are challenges at the local level as well. The water resource management, watershed conservation of Chure, protecting Chure, the youngest, the hillocks, right? That is a very vulnerable to climate change, watershed protection, and there are sustainability issues, and so forth. So these are the development challenges for Nepal. Now, I'm coming to the fourth part of my presentation, which is the key of my presentation, macroeconomic policies for transformation of the economy. Now, the problem is that the climate change policies, whatever policies that I mentioned, 12 policies that I referred to, the climate change policy of Nepal, they require the formulation and implementation of macroeconomic policies. Without properly formulating and implementing macroeconomic policies, we won't be able to achieve the goals of climate change policies we have developed. So this is the one I would like to say at first. Second is the GRID, G-R-I-D. So the green, the resilient and inclusive development strategy. So macroeconomic policy should be directed to developing green economy, resilient economy, and as well as the inclusive economy, the economic development for all. So this is the key for macroeconomic policies when we design and implement. So this must be at the core of macroeconomic policies for a country like Nepal. The other point we must remember is that the mitigation, although from the contribution side, is not important for Nepal, but it is important for making transition, for the transformation of the economy. The structure of the economy that we have today is not that attractive. That is not taking us anywhere. So that shows we are at the very low level of economic development, the table I showed you. So we need to change the structure of the economy, the share of agriculture, the share of manufacturing GDP, and the other subsectors of the economy. So the macroeconomic policy should be designed in such a way that there is a transition to low carbon economy, and through that we initiate the transformation of the structure of the economy. Now, when we say macroeconomic policies, we are referring to the intervention, policy intervention. So So what kind of policy intervention is most suited for us is also policy challenges for us. Of macroeconomic policies, fiscal policy is very, very important. It should be the first line of defense against climate change. That's the point. Now, when you say fiscal tools to deal with the climate change issues, the carbon pricing comes invariably the first. Is spending and investment appropriately. And using the instrument of public-private partnership is very, very important. Government efforts, government funding alone, not sufficient. And the government also, take a courage of issuing public guarantees if you want to promote public-private partnership, loan commitment, multi-government guarantees, government should be prepared. And the government pricing is also very important for countries like Nepal, carbon taxes, emission trading, energy efficiency, so and so forth. See, we buy at a higher energy, such as petroleum products from the international market, from India, but we sell at a lower price than we buy, right? So this is the issue of carbon pricing. So the pathway to energy transition is very difficult, is a challenging. Moving away from fossil fuels is challenging. And as I said at the outset, Nepal is still importing electricity, despite huge the potential that Nepal has in hydropower. And switching to electrical vehicles is also important. And the cross-border energy trade is more important for Nepal. Bangladesh wants to import electricity from Nepal. It's a very short distance. The distance between Nepal and Bangladesh is very short, maybe 20 to 30 kilometers, not more than that. And the mistakes, right? The focus of which is on energy trade, has not been successful in making progress on cross-border energy trade in this region. So this is the issue for Nepal. Negotiations with India, Bangladesh on energy trade are very, very important. Even in India, relies on the coal, the fossil fuels for its electricity consumption. Nearly more than 60%. The India relies on fossil fuels for its energy needs. So the coordination, right, the discussion at the regional level is very, very important for Nepal. To make a point, what I was saying with reference to macroeconomic policies, that the trade issue, look at the imports, agricultural imports. Of the total imports, the agricultural imports is of 21%. Petroleum products, it's a very huge, 11%. Coal, nearly 2%. Electricity, nearly 1% of the total imports. So Nepal needs to change the structure of its international trade, especially on imports front. So we have advantage, Nepal has advantage, comparative advantage in agriculture and hydropower, but they remain unexploited. We haven't been successful making them competitive on account of lack of modern technology and foreign investment. So Nepal has lost self-sufficiency in food grain production since 1980, when India became self-reliant on food grains. So we have the gas subsidy for exports since so many years, since 2011-12, and that's a chart, there's an annual the figure that Nepal government is making the gas subsidy on some exports, but imports haven't picked up. There's a growing trade deficit, and Nepal has also this the interest subsidy to commercial agriculture and livestock. And again, as we saw in the earlier chart tables, that the agriculture imports is rising. So these policies of interest subsidy, this export subsidies has not been successful for us. Now, there are issues of issuing green bonds in the case of fiscal policy for financing green projects. The government of Nepal, through its budgetary policy, should make a case for, as India has done recently, green bonds. And there is right on the price of petroleum products. There's a small narrative I have given in the chart. So since we are running the time, and I won't discuss this much. And on monetary policy front, there are some issues that we must move to changing the collateral frameworks, and we also make the green assets eligible for open market operations. We also be willing to adjust risk weights when we make a provision for a regulatory capital adequacy ratio. And the most important for a country like Nepal is designing a credit allocation policy. Now, on credit allocation policy, Nepal Rashtra Bank has directed banks, commercial banks, to provide at least 40% of their total loans to agriculture, energy, and small and medium enterprises. And the target that Rashtra Bank has given is by 2023, 24, 3-4 years to go. But this shows that unless and until we become successful in directing credit towards production side of the economy instead of financing trade, we won't be able to deal with the effects of climate change. And then unless and until we ensure that 60% of total credit going to production side, the production side of the economy, we won't be able to deal with the issue of international trade, the supply chain issues arising from the climate change. The last point on macroeconomic policies, the financial policy tools. We haven't made much progress on designing financial policy tools in climate change perspective, but there is a literature on it which we can work on. The tools that can be used are reserves. We can change the reserves position vis-a-vis the climate change, the financing, liquidity requirements, capital requirements also can be changed as per the climate change issues. And we can also introduce climate-related stress testing measures, and LTV ratio, loan-to-value ratios, can be appropriately designed to deal with the climate change issues. And there could be also capping, credit capping, caps on credit growth on certain sectors. These are some of the financial policy tools that can be applied to make a transition and the transformation in the structure of the economy. Nepal Rashtra Bank, the central bank of the country, has made some initiated some measures, but they are not adequate. Government of Nepal, through its annual budget, has also designed some policies to deal with climate change issues. They are not adequate and they are not implemented sincerely. So Nepal has not been successful to transiting the economy to the low carbon, and Nepal has not been successful in changing the structure of economic activities so that there would be greater job creation and output production, so that there could be the protection of the local communities, vulnerable people, and many on a larger scale. Nepalese go for Gulf countries and Malaysia and other parts of the world to seek jobs, and we need to change this trend through appropriate macroeconomic policies. So with this, I stop here. Thank you very much. And I think I crossed some the time given to me. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon from Nepal and greetings from Nepal. It's my pleasure to find this opportunity in this big forum of Economic Policy Research Summit 2022, based on emerging issues of trade, supply chain, and climate change, to present my some views. Thanks to the organizing committee. Thanks to all national and international professors and experts in this forum. Let's share my slide first. Maybe some problem in my okay. So our two renowned experts from Nepal have already presented different issues on economic policy of Nepal. So I'm not actually I'm not economist and I'm not presenting that particular way, but my topic is based on the supply chain. So I'm talking about the modeling of supply chain and its role on economic policy reform. When you talk about the supply chain management, we see supply chain emerge when issues related to material flows were first time introduced in the period 1990s, and how the term saw an exponential rise in popularity, along with corresponding concept of supply chain management. And based on the existence of the input-output structure covering a range of value-adding activities, and all the conception of the supply chain basically focus on the flow of goods from supplier to manufacturer, distributor, and end users, now recognized as the covering third source of all the supply to end consumption. Basically, when you talk about the concept of supply chain management, it is an effort involved in producing and delivering the final product from the supplier to the customer's customer, which is defined as a group of interconnected participating companies that add value from the point of origin to the point of consumption. And in the broader sense, when you talk about the supply chain management, it is basically defined as the systematic strategic coordination of the traditional business function and the tactics across this business function within the particular company, It is generally said that today, the survival of any business today is no longer solely dependent on its ability to compete, but rather on the ability to cooperate within the supply chain. There are multiple layers of supply in one side, in upstream side of supply chain, and there are multiple layers of customer in the downstream side of supply chain management. In this big layer of supply chain management, the main issue is the coordination. When you talk about the efficient supply chain, we need to maintain different kind of issues, like we have to provide the right material in right quantities, at right condition, right place, right time, right customer, and right cost. Now the question comes, are you really following this kind of trend? Are we really able to provide all the materials in the right condition, right quantities, right place, and so on? This is the major issues, especially in the developing countries like Nepal. And this concept is basically focused in Nepal's perspective. If you look at the context of the supply chain by the COVID-19, after the COVID-19 pandemic erupted, the economic environment started to become more challenging, and the sustainability issue arises. We as a customer, when you visit the different places of the city, town, we can expect to see shortage of product on shelves and price increase of these products. We see some of the major challenges of the supply chain due to COVID-19 that may include the lack of visibility due to higher level of supply chain complexity, high uncertainty on both supply and demand, limited production flexibility, limited financial flexibility, and so on. According to the report of Bloomberg, we see in both domestic and international China trade, which was dropped around by 56% in the mid-February 2020. And similarly in US, UK, and Europe, dropped by 26% in April 2020, and that saw 17% in late April 2020 due to COVID-19. What are the consequences now after the disruption by this COVID-19 pandemic? Of course, we know that the supply chain have become the major enabler of the world trade, and the world is connected through supply chain management, supply chain. And any disruption in any part of the world has led to disruption in supply chain, resulting in economic recession. Recently, if you look at the projection of the International Monetary Fund, it has projected current global economic growth to be negative 4% due to COVID-19, which has precipitated economic crisis due to disruption of supply chain and suppressed demand for many products and services worldwide. Almost all businesses and governments in the world are now trying their best to save people from health and economic crisis to rebuilding of supply chain. Rebuilding of supply chain. This is the main challenge for the country like us, how to rebuild the supply chain through appropriate configuration with reliable sources of supply, collaboration, manufacturing, and distribution of goods and services. So before going through the economic policy, what kind of economic policy to be formulated by the government of the respective country, we need to understand what are the supply chain bottleneck in Nepal's context. The main supply chain bottleneck in our country is our country's infrastructural development. And Nepal is still struggling to keep up with the interdependency between different kind of component of supply chain, such as planning, information, source, inventory management, production, location, transportation, and return of goods, which results in the incapability of achieving the bottom line profit. Different authors have highlighted the Nepal's condition in their paper. One of the papers written by Thapalia in 2009, he mentioned that the unique diverse geographical feature, frequent political disturbances, strikes, limited and complicated road network, frequent road breakdowns, government intervention have made the supply chain very complicated. Similarly, we have other kind of bottleneck in our country, that the lack of organized transportation routes, increasing traffic at ports, lack of full-fledged operation of checkposts, excessive documentation processes are still the main drivers behind the delay of the work, which finally result in hindering the possibility of change and socio-economic growth of manufacturing industry. Similarly, we have other bottleneck, the intervention of local authority in the supply chain links and the lack of relevant stakeholders to monitor the supply chain, which results as hindrances for actualizing the capacity. If you look at the example of the earthquake, which occurred in 2015, 7 years ago in Nepal, we see the reconstruction became a big concern because of a gap created to emerge between the demand and supply of construction materials. At that time, we saw the massive amount of construction material were required, but a robust supply chain management strategy to manage the supply of material was missing really at that time. There was, of course, an insufficiency in the level of supply capacity of non-local and local construction materials. The quality of local material was concerning. The price for non-local material was very high due to high dependency on important raw materials, power outage, and shortage of labors. The gap was further widened by the change in people preferences also at that time for types of building post-earthquake. Similarly, at that period, we also realized the fact that the poor supply chain management system of our country, majorly due to the supply chain bottlenecks, lack of coordination between the component of supply chain, and also due to some of the faulty principles that was based at that time. Because the existing supply chain doesn't provide sustainable and long-term solution, we realized at that time. The realistic starting point was to acknowledge the low standard of material supply in the country, as well as lack of competitiveness among the component of supply chain management, and address the importance of excellent product with international standard and cost-effective service delivery. These are the major bottlenecks that we are facing in our country. Now the question comes, how to take the measure to remove or to minimize these bottlenecks? One of the techniques that we realized, that we studied, that we found fruitful is the application of supply chain modeling techniques. The term supply chain modeling basically refers to different processes used over the period to define, determine, understand, and organize in supply chain. This type of chain uses mathematical optimization modeling software to determine appropriate supply chain decisions. It is also worth noting in the 21st century, everybody knows that supply chains are different from those that existed among advanced economy in 20th century. Today, we have realized the importance of foreign direct investment, FDI, which has become an integral part of the network to enhance the investment in production capacity that assumes greater importance. The same holds also true for infrastructure services that I already mentioned. Infrastructure development is the major bottleneck of our country, including the telecommunication, transportation, and logistics, of course. So in this scenario, the supply chain modeling represents a conscious attempt to bring all this kind of scenario into a supply chain to achieve certain business objective, such as how to maintain lowest supply cost, how to provide goods on time. It means we are talking about on-time delivery, friendly service, effective problem resolution, how to produce the perfect product, and how to enhance the ability to cope with all the disruption. These are the issues which are actually measured and addressed by supply chain modeling. When you use this supply chain modeling kind of techniques, it generally tells us what to produce, how much quantity to produce, where to produce, how to identify the market, how to seed the production plant, where to find the best suppliers, how to find the suppliers, how, why, and what, all this plant location, how to maintain the transportation and inventory problem. All these issues are addressed by these supply chain modeling techniques. And if we use these principles, actually, when you use this principle, we also studied this kind of modeling techniques while we are conducting our PhD in our way, that customer segmentation, how to segment the customer based on their needs. Logistic network customization, how to customize logistic network. How to observe market demand and plan accordingly. how to postpone or delay differentiation of product closer to customer demand, strategic sourcing, how to use supply chain in a wide area using the technology. These all are the principles of supply chain management are generally addressed by supply chain modeling. But there should be some kind of modeling approach as well at the same time, which seems suitable to apply, which model seems suitable to address all these kind of issues. Then we have some of the approaches like we can use the network design techniques that determine the location of production, stocking, and sourcing facilities, and the path of material flowing through them. We can use RFI-CARE method that develops inventory control policy. We can use simulation. Everybody we are familiar with the simulation that is useful in studying the dynamic characteristics of a supply chain, which can be objected as a real life phenomena also. So on this parameter, this paper is just my theoretical concept. I have not used any kind of quantitative methods so far, which can be done in my further paper writing by using all these kind of quantitative techniques. But in the present scenario, the main objective of my discussion is to study this kind of modeling techniques and what kind of role can it play on economic policy reform, especially in Nepalese perspective. I'm focusing only in Nepalese perspective, not in a worldwide perspective. First of all, before talking about economic policy, we need to understand what kind of linkages can be set up between the economic development and the supply chain. We can see that there is a sensitive relationship between economic development and supply chain. If we are able to apply the efficient management of the supply chain, which can reduce cost, maximize customer value, and maximize competitive advantage, entail effective coordination, control of linked sector, department, system, and organization, we can apply. If you look at the World Economic Forum study 2020, that says that reducing supply chain barriers could increase world GDP better over import tariff. And further, the study shows that a 50% reduction in supply chain barriers can increase world trade by 14.5% and world GDP by 4.7%. This also can generate more employment. That's why we need to apply a robust supply chain management practices before designing an appropriate economic policy. Before my presentation to our renowned economists from Nepal, I have already talked about the different kind of economic policy to be formulated on different grounds. But in the context of supply chain management, without developing the robust supply chain management practices, we cannot achieve the fruitful result, which can be used to ease cross-border movement of goods. India is our neighboring country, and we have a huge business transaction from India. So to ease this cross-border movement of goods, to promote domestic manufacturing and consumption that may result in the growth of national GDP, we have to develop the supply chain management practices efficiently. If we talk about the rapid growth in the global trade, the sustainability of the rapid growth in the global trade is said to be the function of participation of various countries into global value chain. In order to achieve this goal, we also need a robust supply chain management. Now, again, before applying the economic policy, what kind of existing situation we are facing in Nepal? Definitely, we have a lack of broader research in the area of optimization, such as Nepal is a landlocked country, of course, but Nepal is also an agricultural country. Mass population of Nepal rely on the agriculture. So we have to focus on agribusiness. But while focusing on the agribusiness, we need to be very clear which product to be produced in Nepal, which product to be more emphasized in Nepal, where to produce, where should be the ideal location. These are the issues which can be addressed by optimization only. Politically motivated decision, politically motivated attitudes generally take the decision to construct the airport, for example, in different parts of the country, which may not be viable and feasible to start, but due to the political influence, these politicians decide to construct the airport randomly, haphazardly. That may not be fruitful in the long run. Similarly, if we talk about the example of Nepal Oil Corporation, the supply system of the oil also is not efficient, so that we are facing so many problems time to time. Like the establishment of the network tower, taking the decision of the tourism destination, we cannot directly say that this is the ideal position. We need to apply the optimization techniques, modeling techniques in order to take the decision. But we are having this kind of lacking in this particular area. We have the poor thinking capacity among the employees and among the politicians, among the experts, and we take the politically motivated decision that may not be fruitful many times. We have the lack of spending capacity of our money. We have the unnecessary government intervention. We have political disturbances. We have unstable government many times. We have lack of implementation of design policy. We have poor spending on capital expenditure. And we have, of course, the import-based economy, currently huge trade deficit in India. So in this scenario, what kind of economic policy seems more appropriate in our Nepalese context? The major policy issue looking forward is how the international harmonization of regulation can enhance trade within the global supply chain that need to be addressed. Another issue is the growing trend for government to adopt trade regulatory measures such as export restriction on raw materials. I'm talking about export restriction on raw materials. Why? In order to maximize domestic value-added products. Most of the recent boom in the supply chain trade due to the information and communication technology revolution that helps to reduce the cost and this also. So we have to develop the policy in such a way that can link the market, distribution system, manufacturing and allied processes, and the procurement to serve its customer across different parts of the world at lower cost and higher service value. We have to develop a policy to give attention in supply chain that include flow optimization, coordination, risk management, sustainability, safety, security, and of course, to ensure the alignment of the interest of the companies as well. Similarly, we have to develop the policy. There should be remarkable reduction in the policy barrier to trade in goods, especially tariff, to improve efficiency in transportation and logistics, and increase, of course, the standardization of the product also. Similarly, we have to develop the policy to produce competitive goods by building firm capacity. Export competitiveness policy we need to adopt. We have to adopt a policy for long-term investment in the firm. Of course, at the same time, side by side improving the business environment as well. And automation policy to reduce the cost of production and distribution. Similarly, we have to execute the rapid policy for the execution of our decisions. And finally, through the catalytic role of the supply chain, especially in developing countries' economic growth, through productive capacity upgrading, we have to do that. And we have to develop the policy in such a way that we can transfer knowledge and technology. And we have to develop the policy like the investment promotion policies, which can be formulated to attract more buyers, reducing tariff and non-tariff barrier for imported production input, bottoming of the supply efficiency. That can be done by improving business environment, transport, logistics, education, and training, guaranteeing long-term commitment in policy that can maximize the risk for foreign enterprises and business relationship. And finally, more precisely, the important policy to be formulated to enhancing the national capacity and leader in each of the component of the supply chain that I talked about in my entire presentation, and developing the global coordination mechanism to put the component in place. And we have to move towards increasing visibility and the availability of the stock of goods that may result in Nepal's production and supply is smoother in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's Miss actually. No problem. Okay. So warm good afternoon to all the delegates and renowned personalities present out here. It's Miss Adhikari speaking to you all, representing from Kathmandu University. So it's my honor to be a small part of this huge event and have an opportunity to present my ideas in front of you all. And before starting, This would have been impossible without constant support and motivation from Honorable, my respected teacher, Rudra Prasad Ghimire sir. Thank you so much. I'd like to express my immense gratitude to you. So before I start, let me present my screen. So, okay, so before I begin my presentation, so I'd like to share my journey of making it. So before I knew anything about it, my teacher told me about this. So I started researching. I was so confused of what to add, what is it about, how much to add, and by listening to all the delegates speaking before, I was so happy to learn and know a lot about it. So I'll be presenting this presentation as a perspective from not as economics, not as a professional, but as someone who's just starting the journey learning all these policies. So the topic for today's presentation would be trade policy. So as already our delegates have already spoke about it, so I'll directly move on to the content. So in this presentation, the first part will be covering the introduction, then the SWOT analysis and the conclusion. So first, as the word policy. So policy means something, a course or principle of action adopted or proposed by an organization or individual. But when we connect it with trade, it becomes an engine of the economic growth. So trade policy becomes actually a policy for furthering our economic growth in an organized and in a action planned way. So it's a set of rules and regulations designed for changing international trade flows in a way to restrict imports. Nepal has also pursued the open economic policy since mid-1980s, which was accelerated in 1990s with the enactment of various pieces of legislation during trade policy, among others. So if we take a look at the background, we come to see that government of Nepal brought out the trade policy in April 2009. Prior trade policy includes Trade Policy 2049 BS, Trade Policy 2065 BS, and the 13th annual 3-year plan was also focused on the importance of the trade. I have not kept every data, but I have kept pieces of data so that the background can be made. Similarly, Nepal Trade Integration Strategy NTIS 2010 includes framework for the development of trade, which also identifies 7 areas of services as most potential. These are tourism, labor, IT, and BPO services, health, education, and engineering services, and hydropower. Similarly, Nepal has also made commitment to open 11 services sectors and 67 sectors during the WTO session. Services negotiations are underway at SAFTA and being undertaken in BIMSTEC FTA. So now, when we talk about trade, the most and the important 2 words come into the play. They are import and export. So every one of us present over here already know the concept of the import. So import-related rules and regulations are governed by the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Supplies and its various entities along with the Department of Customs under the Ministry of Finance. This has been extracted from the link given there. Similarly, export also is seen by the Ministry of Finance, which are the rules related to exporting from Nepal is also governed by the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Supplies and Department of Customs under the Ministry of Finance. Besides some prohibited items, most of the goods produced in Nepal can be exported after completing necessary formalities as listed. Now, we come to look at the trade policy. The latest trade policy that our country has provided was Nepal became the member of WTO on April 23, 2004 to take the benefits from the opportunities provided to LDC. Similarly, prior trade policies include Trade Policy 2049, Trade Policy 2065, Trade Policy Review 2018-80. Again, if you take a look at it, Nepal has signed bilateral investment promotion and protection agreement with 6 countries and double tax avoidance agreement DTA with 10 countries. and Nepal's first comprehensive trade policy after joining the WTO was Trade Policy 2009, which replaced the Trade Policy 1992. Similarly, the result of the policy remained mixed and hence have been replaced by Trade Policy 2015, which also introduced a third-generation trade integration strategy to strengthen trade and export, enabling environment, focus on product development, and strengthen supply capacity of priority products, which also strengthen institutional capacity, trade negotiation, and interagency coordination, and build and enhance trade-related infrastructures. So, again, NTIS 2016 focuses on the value chain development, ATTPR, which is also Nepal 2018 Ministry of Industry, Commerce, and supplies of priority export goods, including 4 agro-based, that is, large cardamom, ginger, tea, MPS, maps, 5 craft and manufacturing like fabrics, textile, yarn and ropes, leather, footwear, changra, pasima, and knotted carpet, and the 3 services like skilled and semi-skilled professional at various categories like IT and BPO and tourism. Nepal's accession to the WTO share of the export in the total has decreased from 28.2% in FY 2004 and 5 to 6.9% in FY 2016-17, whereas the share of import has increased from 71.7% in FY 2004-05 to 93.1% in FY 2016-17. Now, if we take a look at the trade policy, what we come to realize would be under the consideration of SWOT analysis, which is also strength, weaknesses, opportunity, and trade. So, let's take a look at the strengths that our policy has. That is, the amount of foreign direct investment in Nepal is growing at a significant rate, as it is increased threefold from 17 billion NRS 2016 to 61 billion NRS in 2017-18. Now, the weakness is that our trade policy, if we just analyze it, what we find is there is a dearth of FDI to boost production and productivity by utilizing market access advantages, which also shows Nepal's export-import ratio at the time of accession 2004 was 1:2.5, which was also plummeted to around 1.1 ratio to 1.6. Now, we saw the strength of our policy. We even saw the weaknesses that our policy has. Now, we still have the opportunities that we can use to promote our trade policy, which can be included with the points like Nepal plans to promote FDI manufacturing industries with export potential and high value addition in Nepal to further boost industrial production, ensure a competitive and investment-friendly environment, and simplify administrative procedures. The government has created industrial estates and special economic zones. Furthermore, putting forward plans to develop important national highways as express highways and east-west and north-south routes of national importance as national strategic road network. Now, we analyze the 3-part with the help of SWOT, that was strength, weaknesses, and opportunity. Now, every side has its threats too. So some of the threats are listed as trade and transit costs are higher for Nepal as it is a landlocked country. Nepal's difficult terrain, the geophysical features of high mountains and hills add to the costs of developing infrastructure, promoting production, and doing business. Supply-side capacity constraints, as well as trade deficit and non-diversified nature of trade have remained key challenges for Nepal. In addition to which, increasing consumption pattern, low level of production and productivity, heavy reliance on import of raw materials and fuel, and export of low-value products, among others, are some of the key contributors to ballooning trade deficit. Affected by inadequate economic, social, and trade-related infrastructure, major gaps in the level of commitment and disbursement, poor coordination and duplication of donors program, and lack of sustainability. Now, as we know that they say each number is just a piece of feedback in the overall system. In this data-driven world, we tend to overvalue numbers and undervalue anything that's difficult to quantify. So, with that being said, let me walk you all through the conclusion that I thought would be best to solve all these points on the base of analysis that was shown to you all. So in conclusion, I've categorized into two ways: what can be done and how can it be done. So let's take a look at what can be done. First, we can enhance trade cooperation, including power trade, and to narrow down trade imbalance with Bangladesh. Similarly, by maintaining the spontaneous momentum with the bilateral trade relations. Next can be focusing on areas such as infrastructures and cross-border connectivity and enhancing them through the cooperation. Another can be deepening trade and economic cooperation among member countries by promoting fair competition through removal of barriers to facilitate cross-border movement of goods. Giving more points to the process of adopting open and liberal economic policies has been committed to the world trading system. So how can it be done? The conclusions that we just went through right now of what can be done. So let us see the steps of how can it be done. By fully utilizing its potential for exporting various products by making use of concessional market access provided by many of its trading partners. As Nepal has already signed its contract with like bilateral agreements, and it's on other agreements like of Saudis and something like that. So we can just fully utilize its potential for exporting various products. Next can be by using significant investments to fully utilize its export potential and productive capacity. And next can be by increasing Nepal's market size and creating profitable investment opportunities. There are a lot of opportunities that can be turned into a part of investments to the foreign traders, but still we are lacking in that. Next can be political stability and global partnership. And by protecting, strengthening, and positively utilizing democratic achievements. Similarly, by building a government that aims to build a country which is free from any type of corruption and that respects humans and fundamental rights. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Can you give me just 2 minutes? I'll just get ready for the things. Just 2 minutes, because I was supposed to do at 2 o'clock, but then anyway, I'm ready. I'll do it in 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for waiting patiently. Sorry. I'd like to share my screen, and then maybe I'll start my presentation. Am I audible? Okay. So I'd like to take this opportunity. I think Shiva Dikar also has joined, I think, or okay, maybe. Should I start now then? Should I go with the window? Okay. Do you see my presentation? Is the presentation visible? Okay, fine. Thank you. Fine. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure for me to be in this forum today with such kind of, it's such an important gathering here that I see. And I hope that there are many other people who are in some other medium also. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank School of Economic Policy Studies, Nepal, and then Research Foundation of Nepal for organizing this international conference on Economic Policy Research Summit 2022, where you have been talking about emerging issues of trade, supply chain, and climate change after COVID-19 outbreak. We all know that what are the changes that has happened, especially. So in that, I'll be talking mostly. Yeah, okay, how can I go? I can't change my slide. Can everyone see my next slide actually? Is the slide moving now? Has it moved to the other slide?
No, sir, no.
No. Okay, just a minute. I'll just restart.
Yes, now changing.
No. Okay, fine. So I think I'll do it in a little bit crude way. Fine. Basically, so I have taken a topic which was after discussion with the chairperson, Dr. Rudra Gimire. So I say that, okay, we'll be talking something about the sustainable supply chain design to address the issues of developing and developing economics. So it's my pleasure, and I'll be following the following agenda. Basically, I'll be looking into the supply chain, and then I like to present it in a little bit different way to understand how important it is, basically. And then I take basically in three snapshots. That is before Corona, that how supply chain was, and then during Corona, what is happening to the supply chain at this moment or during the Corona period. And then after Corona, if I say that we get some idea about what is happening, because now we are almost, I think, by God's grace, we are maybe in the end phase of Corona. So we know what kind of supply chain will be in future. So then we'll talk a little bit about the policy and its implication with respect to the changes that is happening in the supply chain. So I'll be focusing mostly on that. Before going into that, I would like you to think a little bit. If you look around where you are now, every single product has come from somewhere. You know, like if you're not talking about a table that where you are, or if you are talking about the laptop which you are using. So if you see, that has come either from some forest somewhere in the world, or it has dug a hole on the earth someplace. See. Definitely from that particular action, it has come to your place and you are using it. So definitely the whole supply chain has to see all of these things, and we are using it very effectively, and we are saying that we are having a pleasure participating in this kind of conference or things. But if you see that, you know, the point is that it is somewhere the forest is being destructed, somewhere a hole has been dug in the earth. So this is creating major issues. So I'll come back to that major, but just wanted you to think that. Now I like to see, then I'll try to present a supply chain management or the supply chain. We would like to understand in a little bit emotional way. You know, the moment the first business transaction takes place in any supply chain in the form of purchase of the raw material, that product changes people's life. And that's why I'm saying that supply chain management or the supply chain aspect of business has an important role. How that change in life, be for better or be it for worse, it depends upon the people who are in the supply chain to make the life good or worse, and the whole supply chain. You know, so that's why it plays a very important role from the way, because when we define the supply chain, we say from the point of origin to the point of consumption. So the supply chain, if it's sensible, if it is sensitive, if it is looking into a greater good, then definitely it can create a better world for all the people's life where it is linked to the supply chain. Or it can be, if you're looking into only the commercial aspect of it, only the benefit aspect of it, only the profit maximization aspect of it, then you can maybe create profit for someone, create happiness for someone, but then maybe at the cost of the whole society. So that's why I say that it's really, that's why I say take this definition as a more of emotional definition of supply chain. So that's basically my way of making understand that how supply chain can play an important role in making a very a kind of a supply chain which is accepted, which is sustainable, because that's what I'm coming to. Actually, ultimately, my presentation is on that. So that's what I'm building, that basically this aspect. Now, let us look into the situation before Corona. Like if we look into the last 2-3 decades, what has the company been doing? The company, they have been looking it to make it more effective, more efficient, and optimize the whole supply chain. And as a result, from their own country, from their own region, they have moved to the different region, moved to different part of the world, and as a result, they have created a global supply chain. So this is something for the last few decades, the process has been going on. So what we see that the whole global supply chain has become so dominant that it is one of the most important feature of the whole world trade, encompassing the developing economy, emerging economy, and the developed economies also. Everyone is under in the global supply chain. Now, whatever the globalization that we are talking about, if you look into that, that has actually come out from the global supply chain, where somebody is consuming the product in some part of the world. Maybe the product is originating from the other corner of the world. And in that way, the whole global supply chain has brought this business together and created this, the globalization aspect more things. So that's how I like to see it. So what do we see that, the developed countries or the developed economies are the consumer mostly, and whether the developing and other developing countries plays a role of providing the raw material or the manufacturing places. So this is what is happening there. Okay, so that basically, it just like show you a data here. Although maybe I don't know it's that visible or not to you. Basically, if you look into this, I have tried to put on for the last 10, 20 years of your things. If you see that the type of goods that are traded the most in the stage of processing, if I say the one which we call the intermediate goods, that means this is basically proof that the whole global supply chain exists actually. And this part, the intermediate goods have been moving, and this has becoming the traded goods the most. If you look into up to the first decade of the 21st century, it has been increasing rapidly, the red color, that one, which is at the top. And even if you look at the next stage, the next decade, where we look into 2019 and 2018, the intermediate goods are the maximum in terms of comparing of other forms of goods like the finished goods or things like that. So it basically shows that the whole trade has been, the growth has been because of this global supply chain, which is being moving the intermediate goods from one place to the other place till the final goods are made and maybe consumed in different places. So that basically. So traditionally, if you see what we are trying to address with optimization, basically what we have been doing traditionally in our supply chain is that we have been optimizing it with respect to resources, with respect to facilities, with respect to opportunity, with respect to cost, with respect to revenue, basically in designing our supply chain. So that has been basically that we have been doing before Corona, or if I say that particular phase in the last 2-3 decades, we have been very much focused on that aspect. So that basically is creating a lot of issues. Let's look into that. So what exactly is happening? The process of producing, the goods are fragmented. It's many different components are made in different parts of the world, and this has led to, as I said earlier, that it has led to a lot of benefit to the organizations or to the consumers because of the availability of the product, price, and everything. But also it has created a lot of challenges in balancing the economic growth, the social growth, and the environmental sustainability issues has come up in forefront, and that has kind of in the before Corona started, this has been a kind of an issue that we have already been started dealing with. So what is the major problem in that what we see that the policies that has been in the developed countries, the policies that we see in the underdeveloped countries or the emerging economies, the policies are different. They are not matching the pace with which the policies are being developed in the developing in developed countries. And they are not at par. The growth of those policies or the implementation of those policies are very, very lacking in undeveloped countries or underdeveloped economies. And as a result, what is happening is that the environmental protection issues, the development issues, equality issues, these are not at par. So as a result, this is creating a lot of differences in and when the whole global supply chain is trying to connect the underdeveloping economies with the developed economies, then we see these problems. And as a result, what happens, the supply chain is also not able to perform the way it should be able to perform. Okay, so, and that's why we are seeing these societies are experiencing the adverse impact of these differences. Okay, so that basically we are looking into it. Now, it just like to some of the figures, and I will just spell it out so maybe it's much easier for you to understand. Now, ILO recently in one of the documents, they say that around 21 people are victim of forced labor now in the world. This is 2017-18 kind of information from ILO, and they also estimate around 12 to 13% of the whole children populations are some kind of child labor, and they are forced to do works which they are not supposed to do, and then this is creating a lot of social issues, social unrest, and all those things. So this shows that, the kind of impact of this whole globalization, and then the kind of things that we are having, the supply chain global supply chain that we are creating. If you look into United Nations, this UNEP estimate that around all the top 10 traded species, kind of, that 74 of them are 74% of them, those 10 top 10 traded species they are either fully or to overexploited species, and 26% of those top 10 traded species are fully exploited or to extinct category. So that means we are utilizing the environment in a way that is not feasible. It's not sustainable for long term. Similarly, if you look into the report from Global Environment Facility, the widely traded commodities like soya, beef, and palm oil, they are responsible for around 80% of tropical deforestation worldwide and around 12% of greenhouse gas emission globally. Only these three key products that is being traded worldwide, and this is creating this kind of havoc. So we can understand that how green the situation is actually. So this has been what a kind of a stock assessment of, if I say just before the corona, that is 2019 and before. But during corona, I'll definitely see that we have all experienced, we have all seen the headlines in any news and media that we open up, that what exactly is happening. Everyone is talking about supply chain, and I suppose the supply chain word has become so buzz just because of the pandemic that we have come across in this whole once in this century. The present pandemic, war, catastrophe, political failure, these have led to a major disruption in our global supply chain. And companies are now realizing the supply chain are not resilient. And there is a big question is that also coming up with many of the supply chain experts or from the higher level officials of the organization. Is global supply chain really a feasible concept that we have been working for the last 2-3 decades, and that has been fueling the whole economic activities? So my take is also maybe, because I have any other justification to give, saying that maybe it is not that feasible. Maybe we are stretching it to such an extent that the whole thing may break down. So maybe a concept of regional supply chain may be more feasible concept, things that we can talk about. So we'll talk about that, what exactly the trends are happening in next things. So this is what basically during Corona. Now let us look into a kind of very nice, because earlier my friend was talking about modeling. This is basically a kind of a study that was done to see the economic impact specifically on the valuation done by the supply chain during the COVID period and the different lockdown scenarios. So this is a very nice study that anyone interested, I have this in reference, so you can study that. Basically, if you look into the first figure, that is which is termed as I and K and L, J, K and L. So the J basically shows the impact of lockdowns in the supply chain, especially the China. That is, there are 3 scenarios that have been talked about. That is, if you have a 2 months restrictions in your because of the COVID, and then another one is 4 months, and another one is 6 months. So in these 3 different scenarios, what will be the situation? How much it will affect the whole supply chain? So if you look into the first one, which is for China, the second one at the top right, which is for USA and Europe combined, and then the last one, which is the below, which is for the whole world. If you see, then if we have around 6 months of lockdown scenario, then it will have an impact of around 40.3%. The things will have a stress in the whole supply chain. So this is something alarming, actually. So definitely it gives an idea that what could have been the impact on the economy, or what could have been the impact on the whole the business throughout the world. So definitely we see the impact on the world is higher as compared to the USA and Europe combined together, or even China. China, I think it's only around 11.7 that they will have a lot of distress if it goes, the lockdown continuously goes down for 6 months. So this kind of studies gives an idea that how global chain is impacting the world, actually. So that's what I'm saying. So if you see, the situation had been, we are very familiar. These all pictures had been in your TV, in your newspaper, in your magazines. You must have seen this kind of things, like congested port, cargo are blocked somewhere in the en route, shortage of essential goods, like you see the panic buying of your toilet papers and all those things that we have been reading about them. Then we see the human situation, what had been the exodus of workers from big cities, from metropolitan cities to their villages, to their home, and that we have. This is a picture that I have taken from Nepal, but I'm sure that we have so many very, very heart-touching pictures that we saw from India also. So this had been a very common thing. And also the situation had been, so medical shortage crisis has been there. You see, everyone is holding their own oxygen kind of tank for their safety. I understand that what kind of situation it was for the people who really had a problem, and what kind of issue it was. So the big challenge for the supply chain as of now, if I say still, when I take during Corona period, the supply chain issue have been made much worse by this COVID-19 pandemic that we have seen. We have seen multiple breakdowns of supply chain across the world, and that has been the news as I've been talking about. Customers have been expecting, or we can see that there has been shortage of products on shelves. Like we can talk a lot about the computer chip shortage, which has created shortage of electronic items like maybe computers, or maybe electric vehicles and things like that. Lithium supply shortage, again, this is related to the battery and the EV battery. Again, it has impacted the automobile industries and other industry which uses this lithium supply. We have seen the essential goods shortages, so that has been very common. Not only shortages, but during this period, we also saw the cost of the product has increased 3 to 4-fold times, and that has basically because of the international shipping cost has increased, freight cost has increased, congestion has increased, time period has been taking long. The time that used to take from a cargo ship from China to US is now, which usually used to take around on average 30 days. Now it is taking around 90 days. So definitely the cost will increase. When you are holding your goods for so long period of working, your work in progress goods are in your hold. So definitely it will increase the cost, and that has been there. And our UN report has showed that just because of this problem with the transportation, the whole world has seen an inflation of around 1.5% just because of the shipping problem. That is, be it your ocean, or be it in your road or train. All those things has created a lot of problems. So this is quite alarming things that we see. So now I come to a place where I'm talking about after COVID, what are the things that we will see, or what exactly is happening. So many companies are looking to turn this crisis. Of course, companies are very, very, they're resilient as such, that they would like to see that the challenges that comes to them, how can they make a situation which is beneficial for them. So they are turning this crisis into an opportunity by making supply chain more reliable and more resilient. So that's how they are trying to respond. I'll talk about things, how they are doing this. Then, many of the companies have understood that they need to have a understanding where their goods are, at what place they are, and that is only possible when you invest a lot on digital platform. Then only you will be able to have a complete idea where my goods are, where my raw materials are, where my finished products are, where my work in progress goods are, so in what position they are, so then you can make a better assumptions and better planning and better decision. So that definitely is what is going to be happening in the digital, in the supply chain area. Now, another things that are very, very importantly coming is that because of all those consequences that we saw during the corona, many of the the corporate level, they are thinking buy social. That is, buying social is a way of changing global procurement to be more inclusive, more local, and more sustainable. So that is what has been, the word many times that is coming again and again with the professional of supply chain, is that we have to be sustainable. If we become sustainable, it will solve many of the problems that we have seen during the pandemic. So another, they're talking about, this is what a strategy I call China plus one strategy. Many of the companies are now thinking that they should have multiple suppliers instead of having concentrated only on one country, which was usually China. So that's why this term has come, China plus one strategy. And now, because of this strategy, what happened is that many countries have taken benefit of it. If you look at Vietnam has doubled its import to the United States in this 2-3 years, just because this policy has come. This policy is kind of this strategy is being thought by many companies, and they're taking benefit of this by properly creating policies which help their companies, which help their manufacturing base to take the opportunity. So what I was saying is that this definitely need policies at the country level. So like country like ours, Nepal, need to create policy which can take the, which can tap this particular as an opportunity to create a kind of an export from our country, to increase our export, which very badly we are in need of because of our import and export kind of lopsided import that we have, and it is creating a major economic problem to us. So definitely we need to create policies for that. So, but not only that, there are many other things that are being done. Basically, when the new challenges come, companies are looking into new solutions, like the strategy of getting closer to where we sell, and they're trying to minimize the time their product is in transit, and that is the best thing that could be for them. That's what they are saying. So definitely, this is creating a demand for regional or the local supply chain, which may be more feasible and which may be more appropriate for the companies, and that is something I'm also interested in looking into this aspect as a researcher. So I'm also kind of working in this area actively to see really is it beneficial for us to go into the regional and the local supply chain as compared to global supply chain. We can do a kind of a long-term assessment, cost benefit analysis, not just one transaction, but a kind of a long-term perspective to see that maybe regional or local supply chain could be equally good for the companies. Similarly, companies are coming up with new solutions during this period, and that will be the trend in the coming days, like forward contracting, turning to manufacturing contract manufacturers, fast tracking plant expansion, building new manufacturing hubs, using dual source of manufacturing, as I've been talking about, near sourcing, making hard to get parts with 3D printing. So all these things will come up now. The 3D printing will be utilized in a very different way, especially to make the products, makes the the components which are hard to get. So maybe that will be much. So this will boost up this 3D printing industry also, and I see a lot of promises in this. So these are the things which will have an impact on our supply chain. Okay, so but then there are many temporary solutions which the companies have adopted, and I see that are maybe just because they would like to save themselves, like dispatching its own expert to work along with the suppliers. Many of the companies are sending their experts to the suppliers at the lower tier so that they can give them expertise to bounce back to the normal situation in a much faster way, so that they get proper expertise. So their companies are using different source of transshipment or different source of transship, and they might be usually, if they have been only using the train or the ship, now they are also using air freight to ship its product, which could be costly, but that these are all short term that they are using. Retail chain companies, if you look into them, they are charter its own ship to circumvent all the blockage that is happening. So what they are doing is they're going into like Walmart, they are having their own shipping line now to carry the goods across the world, and that is something new. So policies at organizations, it's coming, but we not only need at the organizational level, but we also need at the business level. That means at the where the business is taking place. That means these are by the local authorities, local government, local or the national governments. Also, they also have to come up with the policies which are needed to assist this kind of changes that is taking place in the supply chain activities of the companies. So definitely we need to develop this new policies to suit the new actions of the organizations. Okay, so that basically we need. So present world realities, if I say, if I sum up during Corona, after Corona, but the rising climate change, rising biodiversity loss, rising inequality, rising unrest, rising disruption, rising cost, it has put on the professionals of the supply chain to think how we handle all these issues. And that's what we are looking towards, what we call beyond certain things. We are looking beyond the traditional thinking, way of thinking business. We are thinking beyond money. We have to think now beyond the efficiency only. We have to think beyond the optimization. So that's what the supply chain professionals now, they have to look into something beyond the traditional way of doing things. So where they can play a vital role in improving the business performance and also have a positive impact on the society. So that's what the beyond looking will be. And there comes the concept of sustainability or the sustainable. What we understand by sustainability in doing business is that we are not only looking into the economic aspect of it, we are looking into the social aspect of it also. And we are equally at the same time looking the environment also. And it is sometimes called the 3P also. Okay, like P is the product or the things, that is the economic aspect. The P, people, is the society, and the P, planet, is the environment. So we have to look, when we do business and when we have to design the supply chain, we have to take consideration of all the P's. So that's very important for us actually. So the sustainable supply chain, that how we say that it's achieved only through when you consider the of economic, environmental, and social aspect in the decision-making process of designing this supply chain. So that's now always it kind of a common misconception. It says that is sustainable supply chain beneficial to business organization? That is something a very, very important question, and maybe many of the planner they stop thinking beyond the traditional way just because this question comes in. But let me tell you, there are a lot of benefits of having sustainable supply chain, and that has been a lot of research has been done, and a lot of papers which talks about that. There is a lot of benefits, especially if you look into your supply chain reducing the environmental impact, but it may have an impact on your overall business performance also, because excuse me, many companies have because of environmental purpose, they have redesigned their packaging, and that has resulted into what increasing in higher capacity in their transportation. As a result, they are saving need of transportation, more transportation. So this is something saving them a lot, and it is creating a lot of things. Similarly, an example, Nike, which I will talk about here. They are creating a new method of developing their shoes, which has resulted in reduction of labor hours, reduction of material, and as a result, what happens? This increases their profitability. So reducing, if you are trying to create an environmental impact, it will create a benefit to the organization in long run. So we may not be able to see it in a very short term, one transaction, one action, but over the long period of time, we do see a lot of benefits. What happens is that if you are into sustainable supply chain, you can improve your continuity of the supply, which we have seen recently, that when it is very much economical decision, then what happened? The whole supply chain is breaking down and you are not in a position to do business. So this delay, shortage, steep cost, all this links to what, when you are having a very narrow thought of optimizing. But if you have a broader sense of sustainable supply chain, then definitely you have a better way of circumventing the situation. Like many companies now, they are having the sourcing microchips not only from one company, but from many different places, many different companies, and this is creating a better result to them. So that basically is there. So I was talking about this example of Nike, where they have new technology that they have created to stitch their shoes, and this has created a lot of benefit to them. Similarly, packaging, like IKEA, the example here I've taken, they have saved around 1.4 million annually just by redesigning the packaging of one sofa that they sell to their customer. So that's quite a big saving just by the packaging changes. So this could be the impact, positive impact. Similarly, it could be protection against the damages that may cause by. So the sustainable supply chain definitely give you a lot of privilege of saving your brand. We know a few years back, I think it's almost 2011-12 issue, when Apple had problem with the poor working condition in their factories, and how it has affected their brand positioning from second, their brand, the loyalty towards the brand measurement, it moved from second to 29 position just because there had been a lot of news of how the human condition of workers in their plant. So that if you go sustainable supply chain, you may help protect, damage your reputation. Similarly, you can get a potential new partnership is possible, because many companies are now looking for partners who are sustainable, who are sustainable who are in the business with proper care to their environment and issues. So definitely you may get more partners to do business, win more business also, because there may be criteria now when you bid for some orders, or when you bid for some market, maybe there could be precondition that you have to have this kind of sustainable approach in your business. So that gives you a better opportunity for you to go into that. It basically improves your supply chain operation cost also, actually, while if you want to have a sustainable supply chain, you create targets like emission targets, and it helps partners to identify potential areas for improvement. And there are a lot of cases where we have seen that when these things are kept down the line in the supply chain, it has actually helped the whole supply chain to benefit, actually. A kind of today's the millennial people, they are not only looking for jobs, they are looking for their the purpose, and definitely company which are sustainable, which support the sustainable aspect of their business. And the young people are more attracted towards to work there. So definitely you get good people to work, better image of your brand, and all those things are the benefit. But then what are the hindrances that we are talking about? So much of benefits of social sustainable supply chain, but then what exactly, developing countries where the production supply chain are usually labor intensive, where environmental regulations are still developing, both social and environmental aspects, the policies are not clear, or the implementations are not strict. So then this becomes a little bit, kind of play a gray area where the organizations take benefit of those, and as a result, it can create the real sustainable supply chain, and this can create a lot of problems. So this basically we need to understand, the differences in economy, legislation, regulation, and standards between this industrialized and developed countries. It creates difficulties in managing the supply chain in a way that we really want to. So what are the policy implications basically? Now, we understand that to create a sustainable supply chain, it is not only the governments, it's not only the organization, everyone has to come together. So it's a between to enable a supply chain, sustainable supply chain, we have to have a shared duty between the government and the companies. The role of the government is in ensuring that supply chain are sustainable, includes establishing and enforcing an adequate legal framework, and not only that, but also to see whether that has been implemented properly or not. That is monitoring of the business organizations, whether they are adhering to their regulatory framework or not. They are working in compliance or not. So the agencies like United Nations, OECD, ILO, they reflect seriousness in sustainable supply chain by making guidelines and policies for implementing by the business organizations. They create standards, they create policies, they create guidelines, which can be now taken by the governments of the different, the governments, companies can adhere to them and start creating a really sustainable things. So, so if you take an example like OECD in cooperation with other stakeholders have developed detailed guidelines to help companies apply due diligence, so to self-assessment kind of thing, to identify and address the adverse impact in some of the areas that they have worked into. So this creates a kind of self-assessment, looking into whether I am adhering to the policies that are required to be, or standards that are required to be met. So those things are kind of things are being done by the agencies. Number of tools and mechanisms are in place to make this global supply chain more sustainable. This is what the policy-wise everyone has to look into this one. But there is the reality check that we have to do. Recently, during this COVID period only, a research was done, which I'm referring to a research which was published in Harvard Business Review. In the reference, I've kept that if you are interested. It has been looked in, the research has looked into some of the successful multinational companies who have had a high level of pledging that they will, they are following a sustainable supply chain. But when we look into their first tier, second tier, or third tier suppliers, what we see is that as we go down, the identification of those suppliers are also very, very difficult, and they are not at all adhering to the the standards that on which they are saying that they are a sustainable supply chain they are having. So in reality, at those level, the violations are there of sustainable standards. So this actually exposes these multinational companies to some kind of serious financial and social risk. Sometimes, you might have heard about this H&M issue when in Bangladesh, the whole industry, the factory got into fire and it killed many people. So definitely the H&M had to really work hard to damage control. So those kind of situations are there. I personally know, because I work as a consultant to some of the industries who are the first tier or the second tier supplier to a multinational company, and then what kind of sustainability they want. They have an audit, different kind of social audit, they have technical audit, they have those kind of audits need to be passed. And I know personally that how organizations are trying to manipulate so that they just pass on the audit to still qualify for that. Purpose is there, but the implementation is poor. So that may create a lot of difficulties. So finally, what I could say is that the implication of all this is that sustainable supply chain implementation needs organization involved in the chain, the whole organization, the number of organizations who are involved in this chain, to honestly adhere to the standard established on mutual agreement. Of course, you have to have a mutual agreement because the first tier, second tier may have different standards, even to be able to qualify as sustainable supply chain partner. So you have to understand their level of work, their level of contribution, and create any standards for their level. So then, but it has to be honestly adhered to. And of course, important thing is that incentives should come to all the partners of the supply chain who adhere, so that the standard accepted at each levels are maintained, and a really sustainable supply chain we can see to develop. If the incentives are only kept by the promoter of the supply chain, or the one who has the control of the supply chain, then definitely this is not possible. The incentives, the savings, the benefit of this sustainable supply chain has to go down all the way up to your how many tire down the line. Even if they are also contributing, they also should get the incentive of it, and that's how only we can look into these things. So these are some of the references. So with this, I will like to say that thank you. I hope that I've been able to be with you. Thank you very much. That's what my presentation is all about. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity, and good afternoon, everyone. As you know that I'm presenting about the issues of climate change and climate financing in Nepal. And I must say that my presentation is largely based on the ongoing research project that I'm working for the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center, Bangkok. And I should mention the name of the other researchers that are also involved in this research, Dr. Roji Joshi. We are working together. And the research has not been completed yet, but the financial part has been done. It is more or less in the very last stage of financial analysis. So I'm presenting the outcome of that research, and the whole research output can be found once it is published by the ADPC Bangkok. So I want to share my slide. I'm not sure if I can share it right now or not. Okay. Just bear me. I'm not seeing my slide here. Okay. So I think I should share first the entire screen. Can you see my screen? Yeah. Then I should open. I didn't. Why? So can you see my screen? Okay. Okay. So I'm pretty much sure it is visible now. So climate change financing issues and challenges in Nepal. And the issue of climate change, I think, is more or less like the MCC, current MCC issues in Nepal. Like many people around the world who believe that climate change is hoax. We know, we read about this argument in the newspaper. Many people don't believe climate change is a real issue. But the scientific facts have proven that this is not a hoax, this is a real issue. just few days back, we read a newspaper, we read the news that the most of the glacier, 2/3 of the Himalayan glacier will melt in next 30 years if the climate change factors keep on going or keep on increasing in the current way. Means there is the equivalent of there is the continuous emission of the greenhouse gases, and there is the continuous activity that disturbs the radiation of the sun. So if we keep on these things, then most of the glacier, 2/3 of the total Himalayan glacier will melt. So these are the scientific facts. So the climate change is a real issue, and in near future, we are having this severe problem in our existence, in our daily activities, or in our economy, if we don't start working seriously to minimize the threat to the climate change. So there are two types of factors that contribute to the climate change. One is, we know, that is the anthropogenic factors, or we say that the factors that are related with the human activities. And another is the natural factor. Mostly natural factor, we don't have any control over that for the natural factor in large extent. But the anthropogenic factors that we are responsible for the climate, our course of activities, and those anthropogenic factors or human created factors can be categorized into two broad categories. One is greenhouse gas emission, and another is the reflectivity or absorption of the sun's energy. Means, like, we are emitting, we are very fond of the high economic growth rate. Whenever we ask about the economy, we ask about the development, then we are concerned with the economic growth. And this was even very serious matter in the past. Currently, the definition of the development has changed, but in the past, the only variable that described the development was the GDP and GDP per capita. So many countries around the world, they were like crazy for enhancing their growth rate. So while doing or while acting to enhance the economic growth rate, we utilize so many natural resources. Means, if we see the historical data that everything in this world is increasing, GDP is increasing, human resource is increasing, health situation is improving, education is improving. The only variable that is declining is the natural resource, the stock of the natural resources. So when we consume the stock of the natural resources, then from the natural resource economics, we know that there is the byproduct in terms of the emission. So greenhouse gas emission is the major factor that is responsible for the climate change, we know. And another factor that is also responsible for the climate change is that our other economic activities that creates the dust or other particulate matter, and that disturbs the sun energy that comes to the earth and goes back or reflects to the universe, or you can say atmosphere. So those things are disturbed, and we are responsible for those type of effect also. Means our construction activities, our garbage management, and all these things are responsible for this factor. But the major factor that is responsible for the climate change is greenhouse gas emission. Now, if we look, what is the Nepal's position with reference to the world's position to emit the greenhouse gas? I have given here some data. We see that the carbon dioxide emission from 1970 to 2018 in the world, there was 12.4 trillion metric ton of the carbon dioxide emission, and Nepal emitted around 133 million metric ton carbon dioxide during that period. And if we see in per capita term, then the world emitted 163 metric ton carbon dioxide for that period, while the Nepal emitted only 4.8 metric ton per capita. It means our contribution to the climate change is very low in comparison to the world. So the climate change, the factors that are responsible for climate change are being emitted in very low quantity in Nepal, you can say. Another factor, another emission is the methane, we know that. And in methane also, like the world is emitting 1.95 metric ton per capita, but Nepal emitted only 0.15 metric ton. Means we are far low in comparison to the average emission in the world. Similarly, nitrous oxide, the Nepal emitted 0.00003 metric ton in comparison to world's emission of 0.047 metric ton. My intention to provide this data is that for the climate change, Nepal's contribution is very low. We have not, or Nepal has not contributed that much, or Nepal is not responsible that much for the climate change in comparison to other countries in the world. So, in one hand, this is the contribution, but what is the suffering? How much Nepal is suffering? We know that climate change is a public good. Public good means even if you don't act, the effect, you feel that effect, you bear the cost and benefit of those public goods. So even if the other country are responsible for the climate change, we have to bear the cost of that. And basically, we know that we have the two very giant neighboring countries who are developing rapidly, the India and China. Even there is some emission that may come to the Nepal because these are the trans-boundary effects. So, being the public good, we are responsible, or we are liable or entitled to have the benefit and cost of that climate change. And in terms of the cost, if we see the data, then we find that Nepal is 10th most affected country from 2000 to 2019. The data show that the Nepal is the 10th most affected country in the world. So this shows how much we are bearing the cost of the climate change. And direct cost, if we measure in terms of monetary value, then it is 1.5% to 2% of GDP every year. We are giving away, or we are bearing the cost that is equivalent to 1.5% to 2% of GDP per year. So if we compare the effect in terms of the fatalities, then we see that fatalities per 1,000 inhabitants from 2000 to 2019 is 0.82. That is one of the highest in the world, but not in the 10th. And rapidly melting glaciers, as I mentioned earlier, and we have read in the newspaper, this is a very serious issue. And there is one estimation how much the Nepal is losing due to the climate change in various sectors and due to the various factors. So this can be seen in this table. Loss and damage due to climate-related disaster events from 2010 to 16. Then we see the estimated loss is more than 16 million. So due to these various climate-related disasters. So this is the huge loss for the country like Nepal, with a very low amount of GDP in comparison to the GDP of other countries. Now, what Nepal is doing for the climate change? What is the climate change response? So Nepal's government has signed various international treaties and covenants to respond to climate change. And following those treaties and covenants, Nepal has developed different policies and programs. And Nepal's performance is, in fact, very good. Country is doing very good in terms of responding to climate change. The National Adaptation Program of Action, NAPA, 2009 was developed, and it has been revised recently. And Local Adaptation Plan for Action, LAPA, 2011, and this is being improved regularly. And the National Climate Change Policy, 2019. And this National Climate Change Policy, 2019, has envisioned the climate change response in 8 thematic areas. Those thematic areas are agriculture system, ecosystem means forest, water resources, multiple use of water resources and production of low carbon energy, climate friendly villages and resilient habitats and infrastructure. So these are the few policies that has been envisioned in the national climate change policy. And we know that all the policies and programs requires monetary resources. So what is the situation of the resources that the government is allocating? And if the resources are enough or sufficient to respond or to implement these policies and programs, or if there is a gap, then what is the government's plans to fill that gap? And what are the issues and challenges to fill that gap is the intention of this presentation. So SDG costing, the National Planning Commission just 2 years back estimated the cost required to meet the SDG targets. And for the climate related targets, the SDG costing shows that the country need to spend 25.6 billion per year. And in this costing, the NPC estimated that out of the total 25.6 billion per year, the share of public investments should be 88.9%, and 21% will be invested through domestic sources, 68% will be invested through official development assistance, and 19% will be the financing gap. So there is the financing gap that is equivalent to 19%. And just I mentioned, there are the thematic areas. The government policies has been designed by categorizing the whole economic system into a thematic area. So by thematic area like agriculture and food security will require 0.373 billion US dollar per year, and so on, we can see. So the major sector that requires the largest amount of money to be invested is water resource and energy, which requires 5.35 billion per year in terms of the US dollar, and all other areas also require some money. So this is the cost, estimated cost. How much do we invest to protect the climate change impact and to align with the international commitment, international treaties and covenants. So regarding the public expenditure mechanism in the country, how this estimated cost are being generated and how they are implemented, how they are spent. So what is the public expenditure mechanism of the country? After the adoption of the federal governance system, our expenditure mechanism has been changed slightly than the before the 2015. Now all 3 levels of government are responsible for spending the money for the public services. So there is the federal government, provincial government, and local government. Federal government provides different types of grants to the provincial government, and local level government and provincial government also provides different types of grants to the local level government. So for the provincial government and local government, the major source of the income are the grants received by the upper level of a government. There are 4 types of grant: fiscal equalization grant, conditional grant, then special grant, and complementary grant, 4 types of grant. And these local and provincial level of government receive the money in terms of the revenue sharing also. So the federal government provides the money to the provincial and local government from the revenue sharing, means the revenue generated in the excise duty and VAT. Then the local provincial government have their one source of revenue through the different types of tax and non-tax sources. Besides that, the Constitution provides power to borrow the loan and grant from the foreign country to the provincial and local government, but before taking those types of grants or accepting those type of grants and loans from the foreign country, these provincial and local government should take permission from the federal government, and definitely federal government can generate the revenue from the different types of loans, foreign grant, internal or domestic loan. Those type of are the resources for the federal government. So these are the mechanism of the public expenditure and resources in the country. Now, I have shown here what is the spending situation of the country, what is the budget size, and from where these resources are generated. I have shown in this table. I'm not sure if it is very clear to see the numbers here or not, but we see that if we see the 2019-20 budget here, then we see the total spending of the country, including the expenditure of the national government and provincial government and federal government. Total spending of the country is, we can say here, 13.8 billion US dollars. So this is not only the federal expenditure, this is the provincial and local expenditure also. The federal expenditure, this is 1091.1 billion Nepalese rupees, while the provincial expenditure spends 156 billion and the local government spends 320 billion Nepalese rupees. So the total expenditure of the country in 2019-20 is about 30% of the total GDP, and we see that this is gradually increasing, and especially after the adoption of the federal system, there is the huge increase in the expenditure in the country because the local and provincial government are also spending. So the spending rate of the country is increasing. Now, in terms of source of financing, we see that the majority of the spending is being made through the internal resources, and the foreign grants and foreign loan are gradually decreasing for the country. And based on this trend, we should be cautious about the fact that Nepal is recently being graduated to the middle income country, and once the country is graduated, and then there will be difficulties of getting the loans and grants. So in this situation, we need to be very careful how to allocate the money, especially when most of the expenditure are being spent on the recurrent expenditure, not in the capital expenditure. Now, what is the climate change budget then? So we see here climate change budget and expenditure for the last 5 years, and the climate change budget is gradually increasing. While it was 159 billion rupees in 2015-16, that increased by 3-fold to reach 463.8 billion in 2019-20. And in terms of expenditure, we see the budget and expenditure are different. And in 2015-16, we spent only 85% of the total budget. And in 2000, capacity here, 53% of the total budget. But it increased to 111% in the 2019-20, means we spent more than we had the budget in the climate change in 2019-20. This is the kind of encouraging thing, because in Nepal, the expenditure is very low in comparison to the budget. So both the budget and climate change expenditure are increasing. And in terms of GDP in 2019-20, we spent about 12% of the GDP in the climate change related activities. So in terms of the expenditure in the climate change, it is the encouraging situation. So here we should be very clear that the expenditure on the climate change needs is not the directly climate change related activities. It's indirectly related activities as well. For example, if we adopt some different types of irrigation mechanism that are friendly to the climate change, then that expenditure will be regarded as the climate change related expenditure. So it's not only directly like stopping the some sort of emission or stopping the some sort of the particulate matter, not like that. There are both direct and indirect activities in which these expenditure are being made. But anyway, we are in the good position in terms of spending for the climate change related activities. Now, direct and indirect responsive climate change expenditure, if we see, then we see that the indirect responsive expenditure is increasing rapidly. If we see in the last 3 years, especially after the adoption of the federal system, this 15, 16, and 16, 17 are not, we had not the federal system, but from 17, 18, 18, 19, and 19, 20, this includes the federal system. Then we see that once we adopted the federal system, then this direct response budget is declining rapidly. Before it was around 43 and 48%, but after the 2017, it declined rapidly and reached to the 6% in 2019-20. But the indirect responsive climate change expenditure is increasing. So we need to have the impact of this changing scenario of the expenditure, whether there is the better impact of the declining direct responsive budget or indirect responsive budget. I don't think there is any such study to compare the impact or marginal impact of this expenditure, but the trend is changing, and those changing trends impact needs to be evaluated in the future. So if we see the COFOG classification, we know that the budget is classified according to the COFOG classification. And in COFOG classification, there are the 10 categories of the budget. And in this COFOG classification, we see that the climate change expenditure is increasing in general public service. So here is the trend line also. So the climate change expenditure in general public service is increasing. But the climate change expenditure for other major factors like the economic affairs, here it is declining, and environmental protection, it is declining. So although there is no any such analysis available, but increasing in the general public service and declining in the economic affairs and environmental protection slightly indicates that we are spending money mostly in the administrative expenditure. Like it can happen that like there are some offices that are related with the climate change related activities, and we are spending money for the wages and salaries, like in the Ministry of Home Affairs, although that comes into the defense category. Like in the Ministry of Home Affairs, there are some disaster reduction related branches, offices, or activities. And if we are spending money on the wages and salaries of those people, then that may increase and that will be reflected as a climate change related activities expenditure. So in general public service, it is increasing, but the two major sector where that had to be spent, or we expect that the climate change related expenditure will increase, then in these two sectors, economic affairs and environmental protection, they are declining. So we need to be analyzed. Now, how we are funding this climate change expenditure? We see that the most of the funding is through the internal source of revenue or our one resource. And another source is the grant. The grant is gradually declining. We see that 13 to 17, 17 to 5, and 7. So grant is declining. Our government of Nepal's resource is increasing. Sorry, and other kinds and direct payment and other loans, these are declining rapidly. So we are fully dependent on our own resources for the funding for the climate related expenditure. Now, there is the international cooperation in the climate change activities. So international organizations are providing different types of grants to the various countries, especially underdeveloped country. And that is, there is the term Rio adjusted climate budget commitments, means of the given total grant, how much will be for the adaptation activities and how much for the like minimization activities. So those funds are adjusted accordingly and known as the Rio adjusted climate budget. So the Rio adjusted climate budget commitments for the country is gradually increasing, and the number of projects, the line shows the number of projects that is also you can say stable for the some time. It was 432 projects in the 2015 and reached to 401, or a kind of some sort of stable type of number. But the total number of the total amount of the commitment has increased from 105 billion US dollar to 201 in the 2019. So this is the Rio adjusted climate budget commitments. Now, what is our situation? How much are we spending, and what is the estimated cost? Just I mentioned very beginning that the SDG has estimated that we need to spend 25.6 billion rupees every year for the climate change activities, and now we are spending more than that. Okay, so we are in the very good position, but here we should be clear that this total spending is this also includes the indirect responsive activities. So if we compare only the direct responsive budget or expenditure, then that may go down, but the total climate change expenditure exceeds the estimated amount of the climate change expenditure. So we can say that we are in the good position. Now, what is the conclusion? That Nepal is suffering way more than it's contributing to climate change. So that is taking the large amount of money for that is being contributed by the people through their tax, and that is being taken by the climate change. So it means the activities around the world is costing Nepal. We are suffering way more than the we contributed for the climate change. And we see that public expenditure is increasing. That is the good sign to minimize the impact of the climate change. And local and provincial level government needs to climate change tagging in their budget. The Nepalese government started tagging the climate change budget. If we go through the red book, then we see that there is the climate change tagging. And if we see the 13 in the budget, red book, then that budget is related with the climate change, means that has the impact on the climate change activities. So those type of tagging allows us to analyze. We know that the famous economist Stiglitz said that what we measure affects what we do, means that tagging the climate change budget will tell us how are we doing for the minimizing the impact of climate change. So sorry. So we need to tag the climate change budget. Federal government has already done that. And in provincial government also, we see the climate change tagging in the budget, but the local government has not done that yet, but that needs to be done. Another thing, the government should be very transparent for the expenditure and budget, because if the government provides the all necessary data, then publicly people can analyze, can see, and that will give the idea of how the government is doing, what are the strengths and what are the weaknesses. But the problem is that there is not very clear and very disaggregated data. We need to have the very disaggregated data on the expenditure. And another issue is the more commitment from the bilateral and multilateral donors should be there. We saw that almost all expenditure is being made by the one resource of the country. So, but this is the public goods. So it is the responsibility of the countries which are responsible for the climate change. They should contribute, or they should help to the underdeveloped country or poor country. who are not able to spend enough. So in Nepal's case also, Nepal should work towards getting more international bilateral, we can say bilateral and multilateral grants for fighting with the climate change impact in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the host of the session. Am I audible to you and all? Okay, fine. Chair of the Economic Policy Summit 2022, organizers, School of Economic Policy Studies, Kathmandu, Nepal, Research Foundation of India, the organizers, the officials from organizing committees, co-speakers, who of them have taken the turn previously, and many of them might even have been taking a wait after this presentation or address is over. Fellow followers, participants, and viewers, thank you so very much for joining this session and being here with us. And I would like to extend profound gratitude to organizers for conducting such a wonderful seminar and allowing me to express a couple of views and ideas, whatever I feel were to be presented. I wish you all have safe, secure, and sound life, even at the time of such a scary transmission of pandemic across the globe. I will try my level the best to make a complete justice to the time and title what is allotted to me to address this session today. Before directly going into the subject, the communication for climate risks, we have to have a little bit understanding here on the growth of the state from ancient period, from the time of its inception to modern societies. For long period in history, almost every country of the world was only and exclusively reserved, limited into the job of policy state. Those states were normally called policy state because the only objective of the state would be expanding their territorial areas, confiscating neighboring principalities, annexing other countries in their one, and enlarging the geography of the country if possible. If not, saving the country from foreign invasion or attack and not losing the territorial area from one would only be the one and only the duty of the states. Only military activities were practiced in the state. Therefore, those like states which were largely limited only into the single quest and only on the single agenda of either expanding territory if possible, if not, saving the territory from foreign invasion was called policy state. Those like of state were called policy states. And that type of system was existing for a long period of history in the world peripheral scenario. But so many of things made countries to have fixed border system. Countries were not in position to afford war in terms of finance and capacity. Various international organizations came into existence. And when the situation of physical war, the interest of countries to wage war with other countries got a stop, then countries changed themselves into the nature of welfare state. It means that time the states were more concerned about, let's say, developing the status of welfare promoting civilian unity, public empowerment, and benefit and development of the mass people within the country. The interest and attention of countries shifted largely in-house from the out-house expansion or out-nation or out-country expansion of the world. And that had been almost a very popular tendency across the world politics for last 100 years. All the countries across the globe were trying to be a welfare state. But situation has made a paradigm shift now. There have been so many situations where the countries are now converting themselves into collective states because we have so many such situations and problems where countries alone cannot exactly solve the problems, cannot deal the hazards they have been facing, and only working within their territories will never bring countries to have better success in totality. Therefore, they have come to work into international forum. It has obligated states to work into mass cooperation and with due amalgamation with so many other countries or states outside. For a couple of 100 years, when states engage into a welfare form, now have compelled them to come into collective states because there are various problems in our front. The problem of terrorism, the problem of trafficking, transgression, and so many things squeeze countries, states, and badly serve them almost at the last quarter of 20th century. The same time, at the advent of 21st century, another very vicious problem of climate change has appeared. And that has, at high level of urgency, demanded states to come to unleash a unified, a collective, and joint venture efforts from all the countries across the globe. So climate change is one of the recent phenomena in world politics and world scenarios. This problem had not been in notice of mass humans almost for last 2000 years or even 950 years or like that. This particular problem has been stressing people, bringing them into the pool of stress, anxiety, and problem tentatively since last 50 or 70 years. But the concern of climate change needs equal efforts from all the countries across the globe. Each country of the world, irrespective of their share to cause global warming, is equally affected. So it needs to have a serious communication effort, initiative between countries. If any issue in the world exists that demand countries across the globe to come into an extensive, consolidated, and very engaging communication at this present society, that is obviously climate change. There could be so many other situations which equally might demand countries of the world come into a dialogue, into a global level. But climate change always makes itself at the top of the list. So climate change is one of the serious concerns now, which has demanded all the countries of the world come into a global dialogue, an intensive communication, a mutual understanding, and regular exchange of information and intention of sharing efforts within one and among others too. Currently, why climate change really demands countries to come into an intensive and inclusive communication? Because climate change has posed serious threats into different aspects of our life. Ecological disorder is in everyone's sight and seen. We have been badly served and terribly suffered because of ecological disorder. Greenhouse loss, it has impacted into daily lives of the people across the globe. Health hazards are quite common. People are getting in stress, and they have been suffer a lot with various types of health hazards irregularities, adversities, and so on. Droughts, extreme precipitations, irregular weather equations have been causing great loss at the end of every human being. Loss of fertility is also noticed a great deal, and scientists have started attributing it as an impact, an ominous impact of climate change. Disproportionate population composition across the globe. The number of female population is taking an increasing graph and is likely to make lots of difficult outputs in the days to come because of this disproportionate composition. Disasters, natural and human-made, pollution, acidity in rain and ocean, migration, these like of issues are much common. Each and every one of the world, each and every country of the globe has been suffered more or less with these like of problems. No country and no human is in isolation or has been having the fortune of being an exception, of being out of these like of pitfalls and bad lucks. Since human life has been affected and suffered a great deal with these like of multiple hazards, now it urges we have to raise a voice, the communicating among countries in terms of climate change risks, climate change damage, the loss entire human life has incurred on ground of climate change should be debated, discussed, brought into the floor, and common principles and practices should be developed to ease and to mitigate these like of problems. Therefore, the communication on climate change has been one of the urging agendas, one of the pressing and compelling list for today's humans, today's governments, today's countries across the globe at each and every layer of social and political strata. Climate change has not only risked on the existence of humans and their quality of life. Dear fellow followers and addresses, climate change has very heartlessly posed serious threat even on existence of countries themselves too. We hardly will be having any country or countries like Maldives in a couple of other decades now onwards, provided rise of sea level continues to take the similar track and flow. However, these like of serious problems which climate change has posed, and we have no other option rather than applying some efforts in order to overcome it, making some magnificent and mile-reaching contributions to mitigate them, cannot be initiated or succeeded alone. We all countries across the globe need to have an intensive communication and integrated approach to resolve the problem. However, a bad luck that most of our countries and superpowers are having sufficient and enormous deviation of their attention from climate change to other issues like military expansion, defense, technological warfare, and so on. So this like of summit and discussion and communication is not only necessary simply to bear common consensus and develop some integrated agendas in order to work against of climate change or to mitigate the problems and risks posed by climate change. It's even needed in order to bring back, in order to draw the right amount of attention, adequate amount of attention from so many countries of the world, which are knowingly, unknowingly have been digressing a lot to make focus on such an agenda of dire need at this hour. Countries like Nepal are double-fold victimized. The reason why we need to have intensive communication on climate change risks is, let me stress out on this statement again, dear fellow followers, countries like Nepal are double victimized. We have been sufficiently damaged. There have been profound losses, much of bad effects, increasing graph of negative outputs of climate change is like other countries are incurring. There's no doubt that Nepal has incurred less amount of loss or has undergone less amount of damage. Dear addresses, this is not only the issue of being equally suffered. We are double-fold victimized because we are equally suffered like other countries, even on ground of has no contribution to make climate change from our side. It would have been somehow acceptable had there been our contribution too. Nepal, categorically, Nepal is not much carbon emitting country. So we have been penalized. We have been to suffer the loss for the crime, for the wrong we have not committed. So it's not only the question of human rights, it's even question of international law that we are being suffered. We are being suffered for the wrong that we have not committed. We are being penalized. We are being victimized for the wrong we have not created. So we are double-fold victimized. Therefore, also Nepal and countries like this in the world should start having very engaging and intensive communication with other countries across the globe. Therefore, countries, we need to have two voices at the same platform. That we need to have common consensus, common practices, integrated approach in order to resolve and mitigate the harms caused by the climate change at one hand side, and we need to claim for the compensation on the loss that is created at our side for the no reason or no wrong that we have committed. Similarly, carbon trade can be one of the major agendas that we can bring with. Since every country in the world has certain amount of carbon trade, right? Countries like Nepal and others which have not been emitting carbon at that level can always raise an agenda of transferring their carbon trade right and demand financial subsidies or utilize it as a revenue generation activities. More importantly, all the addresses, we have been having discussion on climate change and urging for intensive communication among countries in this region and across the globe. But this attempt is also selfish. The addressee, I have reiterated with stress that this attempt is also a selfish attempt, anthropomorphic. We have brought humans at the center. Today, we are talking about climate change and worried about its impacts, raising consciousness and concern to promote ecological balance. Why? Because there has been serious danger and threat posed on human life. The addressee question comes to be so very important here. Would we have made the same level of concern had there not been any threat on human lives? Have we been talking about climate change for the per se of climate change or reservation? Are we talking about ecological preservation because we are worried about wildlife and other things? No, the answer is big no. Our concern, our seriousness is because there has been danger or risks on human lives. So we are largely and selfishly concentrated only on human life. The attempt we have been bringing on mitigation, the effects of climate change, is also from the length of an anthropomorphic analysis and attempt. We have been placing human beings at the center. We are not trying to reduce the level of climate change because we want mountains to be snow-covered. We want sea level not to rise. these are not the objectives. Our objectives today are that there should not be further loss or danger of human lives. Therefore, we have been applying a selfish angle. Whatsoever interest is discussing on climate change and communicating on climate change and its risks in quest of building some consensus and integrated approach in order to come with some better reports, collective reports from all countries across the globe is always a wonderful initiative and appreciative move. Though will be never late to start a good thing. Though it has already been late to start these like of good things, it would have made some vibes, provided these like of conferences had started quite a couple of years back. However, we should appreciate genuine interest. We should appreciate lofty practices the organizer has taken in order to bring this summit to come into a success and raise the level of awareness, raise the level of morality and intention among participants and other fellow followers across the globe. However, I hereby, before wrapping up my address, would like to urge, if anything in the world is there that demands intensive and integrated communication among countries in the world, among people in the world, climate change should always come at the first and is obviously an optionless answer. If we make any delay or if we make any dilly-dallying in terms of having an intensive communication in terms of climate change risks and mitigating its impacts, the addressee, there may not be anything more to lament over the loss, and we will not have any second left for it. With that, we all will have that like of psychological motivation, effort from our level, and conscious attempt from our side to bring the entire world consolidatedly come into the agenda of an utmost need and an utmost desire of this particular second. Wishing you all to have a wonderful time set ahead and expecting each of us to make some unique effort in order to bring the world to have intensive communication regarding climate change risks and its multiple hazards that we are posing. Thank you very much. Have a good time. Wish you all have a wonderful time set ahead. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, I'm here. Okay, should I start? Okay, well, let me show you the presentation here. Just a sec. Okay, let's do it. Well, first of all, I want to thank you all for the invite to show you some things that I've been researching for a long time, and thank for Mr. Rudra. Thank you, and namaste. And I will show you some the challenge and insights for the 4.0 automotive industry. Let's start with from the beginning. I want to show some about this is the summary. I will talk to you. I want to talk about some disclaimer in the first place, a global overview for automotive industry and industry 4.0, supply chain, some insights and some challenges that the automotive industry would face. Right. First of all, this disclaimer is just to show some insights that I've been having, that do reading a lot of articles, news, and about my research too. And these insights is not the deep truth, but just some insights that make us to reflection about if it's that truly, and that is reality, and that is applicable on our reality. And after all, we could, about these insights, we can have some action to applicate on our reality, on your job, your career, your company. Because here in Brazil, we have a different reality about the automotive industry with the United States, Europe, or China. So Brazil, it's not a small market, but it could be better. But due the past years, we have a decrease. We decrease our positions. We are in the 9th market in the world. The first one is China, then United States, and the Europe markets. So the automotive industry, a global overview that you can I can talk to you. This data is from 2019. Why this information? Because the pandemic has decreased the whole production globally. So we have some overview of what was the market 2 years ago. We had 92 million vehicles predicted in 2019. 60 million of passenger vehicles. So the biggest market of passenger vehicles. In the whole world, we have 11 millions of electric cars. So the whole fleet. This is another thing that must be important and that impact the supply chain management, is the increase of electric cars globally. So the BMW in Germany thinks that will increase 50% in the next 6 years. And the automotive industry have almost 50 millions of job posts. So this chart, you can see the share of markets of global the global overview of the share of automotive industry. Due to the pandemic, as you can see here, in 2020, we have 77 million cars predicted. It's almost a 20 million decrease. It's a large number of cars unpredicted. It's the size of a China market yearly. So is the whole impact, is the fiercely impacted the pandemic due to the automotive industry, as well the whole supply chain too. After all, we can face the new era that you are entering. This is the 4.0 industry. As you can see, for the first industrial revolution to the third, we have a gap of 200 years. As the third for the fourth, we have 50 years. So it was very, very quickly the change. So this point now, we have the cyber physical systems, we have the Internet of Things that is very important for supply chain management and the networks. Okay. As well, the definition of the concept of 4.0 industry. What's this regarding? What's this impact on the supply chain? Is just the application of the Internet of Things. So advanced robotics, and advanced analytics of big data in the supply chain management. So is the new era that the companies must have to deal with business intelligence to improve their market shares, to improve this management, the supply chain management, to improve this the company performance, and also to promote significantly performance and customer satisfaction, right? As you can see, the 4.0 industry impact on the supply chain in the very many ways. So the first of things is automation. Automation increases the productivity, so we can reduce costs. There's no rework, and because we have more accurate production, a more accurate process. The artificial intelligence promotes the machine learning, so we have more efficiency and use less of job posts. So it's a reduction again of costs. The very important, the Internet of Things promotes and provides the more integration and connectivity. It's a key point on this new era, and is a key point to for a disruptive change in the automotive industry, because there is the autonomous drive, there is a lot of sensors, a lot of full pack technology that must have a lot of data, analysis of data. So and again, the sensors and simulators are the most powerful tools of the 4.0 logistics. So the connectivity is a key point. It's a real-time connectivity to integrate the whole process, just from the first part of the chain to the end of the chain for the customer. So after all of this whole situation we're facing off, we have some COVID pandemic lesson learned. Why this is important to the automotive industry? Because the pandemic had substantial negative effects on the whole supply chain. We could saw, but in Brazil mainly, I'm speaking, with the semiconductors crisis shortage impact fiercely the production, meaning the whole world, as you can see in the previous chart. And this is a key point to the companies be watching in. And big chains are on the horizon for supply chains. The key point is the Internet of Things, and as well the future of supply chains is digital and autonomous. So it's very, very, very important that the connective and the autonomous, the digital production, the digital integration with the systems, information technology and technology services to promote this whole process as well. And as in the end, the automotive industry was firstly impacted due to the pandemic. So just not the lack of cars in the market, it's not of lack of production, less production, is a lot of things that we face it as unemployment, decrease of the income in the most of countries. In Brazil, for example, we are facing a harsh economic crisis due with the dollar and our local currency, and impacted a lot in the vehicles price in the domestic market. So the imported cars are increased to 50% the price. So the market is compressed. There's no horizon of change to get better. Just it's a very worried situation for the Brazilians. So about these points, we have some insights for the automotive industry. But there's some facts about electric cars that is untold. As the demand is increasing, as the demand is increasing, as the demand is increasing about for the electric cars, in a short term, we have to produce a lot of more batteries. But as soon as the production is increasing, we have the costs will decrease, but in a short term, is not get cheaper because we have some issues regarding the raw material to produce these batteries. And also another point, electric cars is not as green as it seems. Why this is a fact? Because to produce the batteries, we have to mining, and then you put in a cargo ship and send to another place and manufacture and export and put the car and export the car. So the carbon footprint in this whole process is huge. And also we have the life cycle of the batteries in this period, in this era, in this time, better saying, is too short. And what we will have to do with the waste that these batteries would cause. So it's have a lot of pollution in the environment. So if you use in the car, you can have a low carbon footprint, but the production of the car is more aggressive than a petrol car. And we can see a quote for a Volvo Cars CEO that say that. Another thing that will impact the whole supply chain and automotive industry for the new era of 4.0 is the autonomous drive is real for a few countries, but it's not a full autonomous drive. We have some issues, as you can see, some Tesla cars that cause some crashes and injuries and deaths. So it's not in the whole world is not prepared for yet for the autonomous drive. In some countries we have this reality, but for the major countries in the planet, we don't have how to get this real in a short term period. And also another key point is a cyber safety, because we are dealing with a huge amount of data, with transmission of data. So autonomous drive, we need to process a lot of data, and the whole car needs a lot of semiconductors, a lot of components to make this possible. And as the pandemic shows to us, the semiconductors is in shortage, so the production was affected. So we have, in a short term, it's not a recovery, a fast recovery. So it's a major point for in a short term. And also the electric car is not as safe as a regular production car. As we have some examples of crashes due to the autonomous drive, and in a car crash, the electric car, due to the batteries, the impact of the batteries, it can have an explosion and have some fire, and could injury or could kill somebody, could kill the driver. So it's a key point that must be improved, the safety of the car. It's just not the airbag or the ABS systems, but in the safety in the whole structure must be safer than a regular production car. So as well as when we regard the sustainability of the 4.0 automotive industry, just a question, an insight question. How green is the electric car? As I said, it's not as green as it seems. It's a quote from Carlos Tavares, CEO of Stellantis. He said that electrification is a technology chosen by politicians, not industry. So, as we can see, the industry is moving forward for electric car, but it's not a natural choice for the industry. It's just forced. It was in imposition by the politicians. So it's not some clear that the real benefits, because as he said, the European energy mix and electric cars need to travel 7,000 kilometers to offset the carbon footprint of a battery manufacturing. So it's a lot of kilometers. So it's just a question in the how green is the green car? How green is the electric car? And also a quote from Volvo that said that production an electric car emits 70% more CO2 than a petrol car. This conclusion is about the production of the C40 model. So they could get this conclusion as well. When we go to some challenges that we have to the 4.0 automotive industry, the current business model is not adequate for electric car. Why this? Because electric cars use less components, use less workforce, and the whole investment need to a different payback, and some investments are not have the return of investment. So the current business model is not for electric car. You have to the different suppliers, a different supply chain for the electric car. So is this the reason that we have in some locations, we don't, or some countries as you prefer, we don't have the mass adoption of electric car. As I said, unemployment because uses less workforce, and suppliers, the whole supply chain is less components than a regular production car. And also it's a major point that the infrastructure of the recharging points is necessary to make possible cross-country journeys. So Brazil is a large country, but you can cross the country with an electric car. We don't have we have a lack or not lack. We have just a few of recharging points, but it's the challenge that or is the government obligation or the companies that create recharging points. So that's a key point too, because we have some oil companies that are investing in this technology. So we have a transition for petrol-powered cars to electric cars using a different metrics of energy, and also what we have to do with the oil company, with the oil industry. So somebody needs to invest to promote this infrastructure. So it's a question: who will do it? Who is the responsible to make this happen? So regarding Brazil, we have this main issue. United States as big as two, and mainly has the same issue too. And we can see more compromise of this issue in Europe, well, in some countries of Europe, not the whole Europe, right? And also the energy matrix chosen to supply the whole demand of electricity. So as we change the energy matrix, what the country's energy matrix will be used to supply energy. In Brazil, we have the mainly is the with hydraulic energy and not nuclear as Germany or coal as some countries. And what energy matrix will be chosen? But because the fact of any energy matrix will cause some impacts on the sustainability too. So it's a key point that must be considered. Another issue regarding the supply chain is the copper shortage in a short term, because electric cars and the whole 4.0 automotive industry and the supply chain use a lot of electronic components, and copper is the raw material to produce that. So in a short term, we have the shortage. The copper price is increasing a lot in this past years, and moving forward, we have some another challenges for other challenges to the 4.0 automotive industry. As I said, autonomous drive is real for a few countries, and why this is important? Why this is a challenge? So the infrastructure of make this possible needs a lot of investment. So which companies will do that? It's a government, it's the private sector who will do that. And also do the big data transaction. Cyber safety is a key point, right? Must have a lot of investment in cyber safety, just because the data is quite important. The data is the gold for the digital era. And also, each region has its own specificity. So in rich countries, as European countries or United States or Canada, we have they have, better saying, they have full access of this technology. The incomes in of the people is able to access of these cars, of this technology. So regarding Brazil, we have quite difficulty to make this possible, because the income is very low. We have during the past years, the power purchase decreased 50%, so it's too much. And also we have some mergers and acquisitions in the whole industry. We have some new players in the market. As you can see, the Tesla is a new player for the traditional, as Toyota, as General Motors or Ford. And these mergers and acquisitions we have in the supply chain industry, and some car makers are merging with suppliers to integrate and to get some competitive advantage. And another major point in this whole thing is the global economy must grow to make the full pack of technology accessible for all markets. And why this is important? Because with the pandemic shows us has impacted fiercely the global economy. So to recover for the last 2 years index takes time, and the economy, the global economy must grow to improve the income, and promote the development of the countries, to have the infrastructure, and the whole production, or get massive production to decrease the costs. So the key points too is the management of the supply chain and management of the raw materials. It's need to a strategic planning for this part and for this topic. So in the end, we have some conclusions that supply chain management is a key point, right? Why this is important? Why this makes some truth? Because the pandemic just showed the supply chain weaknesses. So the 4.0 automotive industry, the logistics, is show how we can reduce costs, improve the performance, and make some planning, a better planning for the next years. And also, the automotive industry transition to a new business model is disruptive. So we have a different or a lot of impacts, or newcomers, new players, or new process will be developed to make this possible. So it's quite disruptive, the 4.0 era, industrial revolution, sorry. And the transition brings a lot of short-term uncertainty. Why this? Because of the whole chains, we need time to change our consumer behavior. So in the first place, just to the consumer will adopt the technology, or adopt the electric car. Regarding the electric car, we must have a change of behavior, a behavior change better. Why? Because there's some points that he must to consider, as the sustainability, the environmental, the climate change, with his he believes or not, and he is able to, or he wants to have the willingness to pay more than to a electric car. So there's a lot of things that will be considered. So in this my conclusions about these points that I've been reading, or in my research, in my late researches, is that thing that I want to show you. So I finished my presentation here. Here's my contacts. Feel free to email me, to call me, and here's my phone number, and here's my email, and here's my social media. So it's a huge pleasure to have a presentation for you all. I want to thank you again, Mr. Hudra, and namaste to all. Thank you very much. It's a huge pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kunjan. It's all about the summit today. We have started today from China onwards, and then it's totally focused on the emerging issues of trade, supply chain, and the climate change. Our speakers, they have been focusing on their different areas. In the welcome speech, our chairperson, Research Foundation of India, has highlighted some of the areas of the discussions, in trade sectors, export, and the barriers of the supply chain, and the aspect that the climate change faces. Another keynote speaker is our prominent chief economist, Professor Dr. Vishwamar Pakwe. He has identified some of the important four nexus of development as we have the objective of policy innovation. He has discussed the trade policy innovations, supply chain innovations, and climate change innovations. Similarly, next guest speakers, Mr. Narabadu Thapa, has discussed on the compact of the policy, similarly policies as the failure, how policies are innovated, and the climate change risks is growing, and its sustainability aspect is very important. That's why the human beings should take care on the policy formulations and the systems to create the appropriate framework. Besides this, another guest speaker, Dr. Uttam Kumar Regni, he has highlighted on the modeling of supply chain and economic reforms. He has suggested some of the aspects that the consumers should have secured by the industry or by the manufacturer. And his major aspect is that how supply chain can be linked to develop others developmental policy. For example, when we look upon the tax policies or look at their land management, capital management, or whatever, the role of all stakeholders should be very important, and the coordination role is very important. He has highlighted. Besides that, the Sidra Adhikari, she has discussed on the policy of trade that belongs to the trade performance of the Nepal. She has discussed on the SWOT analysis, and her discussion was quite interesting. Some of the implications we have found, and some of the way of policy parallels have been seen there on her slides. Similarly, another our respected sir, guest speaker, Dr. Dodi Adhikari sir, he has highlighted on the issues and the challenges on climate finance in Nepal, and there is a high climate that to invest in the climate change mitigations, and its effect is growing day by day in a management of the livelihood. That's why its focus is that how can the country manage the sustainable finance. Very important ideas he has innovated after getting this conference or the summit topic. And our today's second keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Biju Kumar Thapalia, has highlighted on the sustainable supply chain design to address the issues of developing and underdeveloping economies. Based on his analysis, that I found that the supply chain innovation aspect at the different time in Nepal has been disrupted because of policy, lack of the policy. So in policy, or the policy stakeholders or the policy makers, they should think jointly to innovate the supply chain framework with relations to the changing context. So his speech was very interesting, and he has started to think to develop his innovative perspective on that topic. Similarly, some of the speakers we will have tomorrow, their research outcomes will be disseminated from their side. And with this, I also would like to share that the guest speaker, Atindra Dahal sir, has discussed on the communication for climate risk. So awareness with communication, that is very important to all the listeners and the learners who want to learn the policy. Then they should communicate clearly, and what is the issue they should understand. Similarly, last but not least, our guest speaker, Dr. Hejino Kandhas Bailey. Now, Bailey is listening, I think so, and his focus on the challenge and insight for the automotive industry has given the deep knowledge how can the further policy innovation can be innovated, right? Or say policy innovations can be forwarded in advanced ways, because the technologies and its development is affecting people's life. It's not a solvable means. So the use of technology should be always be viable, and should always be feasible for all areas. So appreciating Dr. Hajino from a long distance, I would like to conclude my speech, and gradually we are fulfilling our objectives that we have associated with our daily livelihood. There are several risks and the uncertainties with trade sectors, with supply chain sectors, and climate change sectors. People's livelihood is severely affected. Fastest growing technology has not been sufficient to sustainable resilience. After the COVID-19 outbreak, all mechanisms of trade, supply chain dynamics are obstructed. Climate change consequences are affected the livelihood of people. In this context, it is necessary to find out the solid policy measures to address poverty, unemployment, and sustainable development. Economic policies are paralyzed because of many unavoidable consequences in many economies of economic organs. That's why we all researchers have to discuss on policy innovations of different areas. We are the learners, and we want to learn different knowledge and ideas. And sometimes we look at how knowledge are practically implemented through the policy. That is also the option for us. So thank you to all our keynote speaker, guest speakers from the different countries for their participation, for their speech. And on behalf of RFI and School of Economic Policy Studies, I would like to welcome from the first stage, and would like to conclude my speech and the program. Thank you all. Thank you so much.